and cleaning.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
When you need the filth sucked from your air ducts.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
When you want cleaner air for your family.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Legacy now offers air duct cleaning. Book in today. Just call Legacy.
Hey, Gary, is that your dad?
No, this is Evan, the new sales rep I hired.
Oh.
First impressions matter, but when hair loss takes over, it can feel like you're not being seen for the maverick you truly are. Hi, I'm Dr. Vance Elliott. At Advanced Hair and Skin Surgery, we know that hair loss is more than just a cosmetic issue. It's personal. Let's discuss all the cutting-edge options available so you can make a great impression every time.
Book a free consultation today at drvanceelliott.com.
Ron McLean here. In hockey, we say every shift's a gift. Cam Tate never got one. Cerebral palsy meant a unique path. Husband, dad, grandpa, and for half a century, one of hockey's finest chroniclers. Cam was a spectator in his own radiant life, and he can unlock such a life in you too. CamTateSpeaking.com. That's Cam Tate, T-A-I-T, speaking.com. Be ready, really ready, for your next shift.
This month in Sports History Moment is brought to you by Discount Diesel Parts.
On January 7th, 1980, the Philadelphia Flyers lose for the first time in 86 days. The Flyers set a major pro sports record with a 35-game unbeaten streak. The streak consisted of 25 wins and 10 ties. The Minnesota North Stars broke that streak with a 7-1 victory. About the defeat, Coach Pat Quinn said, "We didn't lose, we got beat."
Hi, folks. This is Big Al from Discount Diesel Parts. With over 70 years' experience, Interstate McBee is a leader in the heavy-duty diesel engine parts industry. And as an authorized dealer for over 20 years, we've been serving customers with those high-quality parts. Gasket kits, water and oil pumps, turbos, fuel injectors, heads, in-frame kits, and at a great price, too. Reach us at discountdiesel.ca and know that Discount Diesel's got the parts to get it done.
Sports 1440, Stingray radio station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Have your sports curiosity cured.
Now Quick will settle it down for Robertson. Minute 15 remaining in OT. Tied at 3 at the Garden. Here comes Matthew Robertson. Robertson to the net. He scores! What a play by Matthew Robertson. Now the Rangers win it in overtime. 4-3.
A veteran of the sports reporting game for over 25 years.
Saw Kelsey Calvert earlier today. She's the best that hits. Here we go. Looking for that angle raise. A double. The big get free. Got this. Run it back. Big. Got it. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, you do. What a shot.
Breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams.
Seneca looks around. Pass outside the line. Here's from the Oilers again. It's a goal.
This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, here we go for Sol 594, Thursday, January the 29th. Can the Oilers make it 3 in a row tonight with the Sharks in town on a busy Thursday night in the NHL with 15 games on the slate? Hey, good morning. Welcome to the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440 on your AM radio dial on your morning drive into work or wherever you're heading out this morning and listening to us on AM radio. But you can also watch us as well on YouTube at Sports 1440 AM. Drop us a like, a subscription. We would appreciate that. We're also on X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. As always, we are streaming on iHeartRadio, the TuneIn app, and sports1440.ca. And of course, if you miss any part of any show, it turns into the many podcasts that are out there. Check them out on Apple, Spotify, Google, even Amazon. Subscribe. It's free. Select the auto download. You'll never miss a second of any show. Yes, good morning to you on a a terrific Thursday morning where temperatures in the City of Champions, outstanding. We're looking at a high of around 0 today, but temperatures above normal for sure. Plus 4s and 5s even looking as we move into the weekend and next week. So great time to go out and enjoy what our city has to offer outdoors for sure. And tonight, if you want to head down to Rogers Place, you can check out Macklin Celebrini and the San Jose Sharks, who come to town with a record of 27, 21, and 3. Oilers, same amount of wins, but a few more overtime one-pointers. They're 27, 19, and 8. So I think a lot of eyeballs are going to be on Macklin Celebrini because of just the kind of season that he's had so far, heading into the Olympics to represent our country. The numbers are quite astonishing when you look at what Celebrini has done this year with 78 points. Just the fact that the next highest point total is Will Smith with 36, so more than double. Toffoli and Wenberg have 35. Will Smith hasn't played that many games. He's been hurt. He's back in the lineup now. Toffoli and Wenberg have played, relatively the same amount of games as Macklin Celebrini, but still like half the amount of points and then some. This guy is unreal. He's having a great season. He's putting up big numbers. He's playing so well that, he is going to be quite likely in the top 6 when it comes to what we see when the Olympics roll around, and it's not too far away, is it? So everyone kind of looking forward to that. Oilers actually swept the season series with San Jose last year, went 4-0. They were really low-scoring games, just 13 goals for the Oilers against 6 goals against. And actually, the Oilers have had San Jose's number for the last several years, winning 14 out of 15 games. So this is an interesting game tonight where you see San Jose is, they're on the Oilers' heels, but not as much like in Anaheim. And you saw what the Oilers did on Monday night where they said, well, we can't afford, this is a big game. You got to win this game in regulation. And that's the same philosophy tonight. You want to put a team that's chasing you or in chase mode, put them back and, kind of knock them to the curb a little bit. Text line 833-401-1440. We'll get to them as the morning progresses. Last night in the NHL, the Ottawa Senators all of a sudden gaining a little traction. Ottawa beats the Avs 5-2. So you look at the last 2 wins that Ottawa's picked up over 2 of the best teams in the league, beating the Avs, obviously number 1 in the league. And then they took it to the Vegas Golden Knights the other night on the weekend, on Monday, I believe it was, or Tuesday, but whatever it was 7-1 that game. So those were 2 games where Ottawa said, we got to get it in gear here. And I think the message in the nation's capital is that it's, all for one for all kind of thing. And they have the talent there to go on a bit of a run. It's just that they're in a massive logjam in the Eastern Conference where so many teams are in the same boat for sure. Also last night, Ottawa, as we mentioned, the win over the Avs. The Islanders beat the Rangers. The big thing there, the New York Rangers got 2 goals. They were shut out in the previous 2 games against the Islanders, so they pick up 2 goals. And Philadelphia and Columbus, the Jackets win that one 5-3. Flyers are 2-7-2 in their last 11 games, falling out of the pack. They were in a playoff spot. Now they're in that pack with everyone in the Eastern Conference, where everyone seems to have the same amount of points, same amount of games played. It's just the way it is. There are 5 teams in the East with 57 points. 5 teams, and the Jersey Devils are just 1 point back. That's how close it is. So if you can go on a bit of a run, a little bit of a roll, you can make up some ground and gain some ground in a hurry. Edmonton Oil Kings lost last night in Calgary by a score of 5-2. And the Raptors lose to the New York Knicks 119-92. Didn't watch that game. I saw the highlights last night before I jumped into the old fart sack. And I saw that Josh Hart guy for the Knicks. Oh, look at Joshy boy, just giving me the old, that's great. If I would have been on that bench for the Raptors, there would have been a brawl, an absolute brawl. I don't know if you saw the highlights. So he makes a basket and he's sitting on the floor. He is basically 3 feet away from the Raptors bench, and he brings out the double pistols and he shoots down all the guys at the Raptors bench. If they would have reached out, they would have been able to grab the guy's arm. And imagine if that happened in hockey. Could you imagine scoring a goal, doing the flyby by the bench, stopping at the opposition bench, taking your gloves off, and doing the old double pistol and shooting some guys at the bench? Man, there would have been a line brawl in like 1 second. Would have been a line brawl in 1 second. Wanted to mention one other thing off topic from hockey, and that's a congrats to Kelsey Mitchell. And that's something we never got to here. But Kelsey Mitchell, obviously a great Edmonton area Olympian. She's going to be competing in the Winter Games now again. Not again, but she competed in the Summer Games, obviously, before in cycling. But she will be taking part in bobsleigh coming up. And, you know, this has been just an amazing journey for Kelsey Mitchell. She was in the RBC program and decided, well, hey, let's give this a try. First, let's give cycling a try. She goes on to go to the Olympics there. Then, well, let's see if I can change gears here and try bobsleigh. So, I mean, she tried it a long time ago, probably 10 years ago when she was at the U of A. But, I mean, soccer was her first sport. Then she went into the cycling and now bobsleigh. But, I mean, this is an amazing feat for her to win gold and then now try to do something on the bobsleigh track. We are efforting an interview with Kelsey Mitchell. We'll see how that goes moving forward. Also, speaking of interviews, yesterday I was at Oilers practice and had an opportunity to sit down with Tristan Jarry. Great conversation. And I mean, a real interesting dude. And this is a guy that I interviewed many times when he was with the Edmonton Oil Kings. That's how we started off the interview. We'll have that interview for you at 7:40 today. But I mean, you think about it, how I started the interview was that the Edmonton Oil Kings yesterday, as we mentioned, played in Calgary last night. They were all leaving and they were heading out to Calgary yesterday. And I said to him, can you believe it's 12 years since you won the Memorial Cup here? And he was like, no, it's just like, you know, when you're in the battle and in the game and in the heat of the moment for so many years, sometimes you don't look back to, 10, 12, 13, 14 years ago. And his career would have started well before the Memorial Cup here in Edmonton, but he's put down roots here. He's got a nice plot of land east of the city. So interesting conversation, and we'll have that for you at 7:40. Let's welcome in the Duke of Delburne on a Thursday morning. Good morning, Duke. What kind of trouble did you get up to last night? It was a little quieter on the TV front, was it not?
It was. I watched some Rangers and Islanders. Watched some curling over the course of the day once I got home. Well, I spent most of my early afternoon here in the mall, back and forth between a couple different network providers to cancel a previous service, get a new cell phone. So that is finally
a big deal for you.
This is a big deal. It's been a long time coming, several months, in fact, that when people look over my shoulder and see my phone, and they say, what's that giant white stripe going down the middle of it? Is that I think it was Billy on the Critters bus that asked me, is that like a new feature that does something? I say, no, Billy, that's because I've dropped it one too many times.
Yeah, and they were saying, Duke, man, you must be big time to have like a split screen on your phone.
Yeah,
like
it's
that,
very high tech.
How
No, the complete opposite. So we got that taken care of, and I spent my rest of my afternoon sitting on the couch, getting our stuff transferred over, logged into all the accounts and whatnot that make the world go round to keep the phone operational. And yeah, watched a little hockey, watched a little curling, had a pretty relaxing evening.
Dave Platten says, does she have reindeer pulling that sleigh? It's a sled. I don't know. I think they call it bobsleigh too, do they not?
I think they absolutely have. I don't know if it's as common anymore to call it bobsleigh. I like it. It's kind of unique, right?
I can tell you every article that I read, there's both of them. Bobsleigh contacted me in the summer, et cetera, in the several articles. I see both. I don't know if there's one that's incorrect, one that's wrong. I don't know. Boy, you can't get away with anything around here, hey, Duke?
No mistakes, Kevin. Perfection.
Yes, perfection. You must be looking forward to seeing Celebrini here tonight.
I am, yeah. And it's I actually was thinking about this last night in anticipation of this game. It's kind of a nice little run for this homestand and players and teams that have come through Edmonton, because Oilers fans got to see Matthew Schaefer for the first time, right? And then you got to see a couple legends of the game in Sid Crosby and Alex Ovechkin. maybe for the final time. Crosby a little bit less likely, but you never know what happens with injuries and road trips and things moving forward. Ovechkin, a lot of speculation about what he'll do at the end of this year. And then you get a couple of the more of the new up-and-coming talents, Beckett Seneca, and now Macklin Celebrini in tonight's game. So pretty fortunate, I would say, the local fans are to get to see these guys in person if you actually head to the game yourself, or, just watch on TV, teams that maybe you aren't normally tuning into.
Kelsey Mitchell, it's a great accomplishment. She's one of 14 Canadians, Duke, to participate in both the Summer and Winter Olympics.
Yeah, I believe she's one of 3 University of Alberta Pandas alumni that are going to be participating at these Olympics in Italy.
Clara Hughes would be the most prominent.
The dual Olympic athlete, yes.
Dual Olympic athlete. I'll tell you what, I'm just trying to think of some other ones of the 14, and just off the top of my head, it's not exactly the easiest thing to put together here. But anyway, congrats to Kelsey. And again, we're working on getting her through RBC and trying to get her
very cool
going into the thing. And if I said sleigh and it should be sled, well, my apologies. My apologies. Looking forward to this game tonight for sure. Oilers and Sharks. And this is the first time that they've had an opportunity. Well, not the first time. It'll be the 10th time, I guess, to have 3 wins in a row. So we'll see what can happen tonight down at Rogers Place. So we'll be obviously very Oilers focused today, and we'll go around the league, I guess, with Sean McIndoe right off the hop here from The Athletic, covers the NHL. I want to get his thoughts on where the Ottawa Senators are. We talked a lot about where the Leafs are and were. We'll touch on that a little bit because the Leafs are on a 4-game trip. They're here next week. But, I mean, Sean McIndoe has a good pulse on what's going on in the East, so we'll discuss that. Mark Spector in his usual 8 o'clock time slot. As mentioned, Tristan Jarry, Edmonton Oilers goaltender, coming up at 7:40. Frank Saravalli from Frankly Hockey and Victory Plus TV at 8:20. We got Jared Dubin from CBS Sports, covers the NFL. Still tons and tons of fallout regarding Bill Belichick. Yesterday there was, again, so many people came in with responses across social media and other platforms, including Tom Brady and others, just saying they don't understand how this works, and the voting is different than it was. The system is different. And when you add in the senior category with other players and a contributor, it just muddies the water. There's way more to this than everyone's kind of looking at as well. Ladislav Schmid will check in around 9:30, and then we got Max Miller from Sharks Hockey Digest coming up at 10 o'clock. When we return, Sean McIndoe from The Athletic covers the NHL. It's Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne. Josh Fenwick, Mac the Intern on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We are streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Happy New Year. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you for everything in 2025. With your help and your support, we fed almost 500 families. We donated to various charities in the Edmonton area, and we're going to do it again in 2026. Please stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Vinny and Don in Hockey are dedicated to skill development for all hockey players. If you know a student athlete interested in growing as a person and a player, register for a free shadow day. Beginner or experienced, this program develops a student athlete skill in a supportive environment. It's a great opportunity for prospective student athletes entering grades 3 through 12 to see what Vinny and Donnan have to offer. Visit vinnyridge.epsb.ca or donnan.epsb.ca for more info and to sign up.
The new double cheesy melt at McDonald's. We're talking 2 juicy, mouth-watering 100% Canadian beef patties, 2 slices of cheesy goodness, with even more melty, cheesy sauce on top. Topped with pickles, then crispy and grilled onions. The way it all comes together, you don't just eat it, you melt into it. The double cheesy melt, only at McDonald's. For a limited time only, at participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
Jason Gregor isn't just a sports guy. He's a community builder. with over 2 million raised for local charities.
And his Gregor Foundation,
He's making a difference on and off the air. Check out Gregor weekday afternoons on Sports 1440.
He's heading into the driveway. Temperature's dropping fast, folks. He opens the hood and, oh no, the battery's on thin ice.
Yeah, that's a tough break, Tim. I mean, you can't expect to compete and win with weak parts in your game like that.
But wait, he's made a clutch move. He's gone to Napa Auto Parts for the win. They've got batteries, winter-grade oils, antifreeze, and wiper blades built for cold Alberta conditions.
That's a championship play, Tim.
With over 85 Alberta locations, visit your local Napa store today or shop online at napacanada.com. That's Napa know-how.
Hi, Dennis from Weiss Johnson, and I'm joined by a very important member of our team, Jody. She coordinates our crew and job packages for all furnace replacements, air conditioner, and heat pump installs.
And Dennis, I've got to say, our installers really are the best. They've all been with us for a long time, and we never use subcontractors.
So you know that whomever is in your home is a Weiss Johnson employee, not someone hired out just to get things done. So the next time you need us, ask for Jody.
Always happy to help.
Visit weiss-johnson.com today.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in-stock, ready-to-deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. The customer service reps on the line to get you what you need when you need it 24/7, 365 every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
I'm Rick Showers from No Bull RV, and even though it's a few months past Thanksgiving, I want to give thanks right now. This is the time of year when so many people go to the new RV show and buy their new RVs.
All the new RV stores are bragging about the latest makes and models.
That's right, Bob. Those beautiful state-of-the-art RVs are brand new right up until the time they leave the showroom. Then they're used. Just like every quality used RV on our lot, somebody pays full price at the RV show or at the new RV store, and in a matter of seconds, it's worth tens of thousands of dollars less just because they picked it up.
Where does all that money go, Rick?
It stays in our customers' pockets, Bob, because we sell those same RVs just a few years later. If it wasn't for new RV buyers, we'd be out of business. That's why we give thanks every year. You make it all possible.
And that's no bull.
NoBullRV.ca.
Stories, guests,
and insights.
This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
Program 720 in Edmonton. Time now for the Puck Report, brought to you by Fountain Tire. And at Fountain Tire, we focus on one thing, and it is your vehicle. From tires to wheels to oil changes and even vehicle repairs, we have you covered. Visit fountaintire.com to book your appointment today as we welcome back Sean McIndoe from The Athletic. Good morning, Sean. You're with Kevin Karius. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
I watched the Senators game last night, and you know what? Have these guys maybe turned the corner, Sean, after a couple of big wins over two pretty good teams in Vegas, and then last night against Colorado? What do you think?
You got to give them credit, and this was a team that felt like they were at rock bottom not very long ago. Written off, not just struggling on the ice, but the off the ice drama that tends to pop up with this team from time to time. And I think it was pretty easy to look at them and look at some of the other stories in the Eastern Conference and go, well, we can scratch Ottawa off the list. And, they are still looking way, way up the standings at a playoff spot. But you got to give them credit. Those are two huge wins. And, you can get some momentum out of that. And, they can get hot here before the break, maybe eat up a little bit more of that ground. Who knows? They might be a team that down the stretch can surprise a few people.
you never know. I mean, there's enough pieces to the puzzle there. There are 5 teams right now with 57 points, as you know, in the East, Sean. So, I mean, if any team, like you say, can go on a bit of a run here, they can make a bit of a charge, but there's still a gap between those teams and the wild card. You mentioned that off ice stuff. Do you think that maybe galvanized the team a little bit here?
It may have. I mean, it's tough because it was a situation that played out over a couple of weeks. Obviously, if you're a fan or you're in the media, we love the narratives, right? So we love to pinpoint and say, you know what, this is either this story that derailed the season, or it's what turned them around. And I think it could be a bit of the latter. Because the us against the world narrative is a classic in the sports world for a reason. It works, and it can be effective. And even if the timing doesn't quite line up, if the players can convince themselves that, you know what, there was a turning point in our season, and that's what it was. Hey, if they believe it, suddenly it becomes true enough to give them some extra motivation. They'll take that. They'll play that game. That's completely fine. And we've certainly seen seasons get turned around for a lot less. So they'll latch on to that if they think it'll work.
Yeah, everyone knows, Sean, that goaltending is the biggest problem in Ottawa. Do you see maybe something happening here at the deadline with Stevie Stais doing something with goaltending?
It really all depends on Linus Ullmark and when he's going to be back and what that's going to look like. And we still don't know. I mean, he's back with the team. We've seen him dress as a backup. Certainly seems like he should be the guy going forward. But given the situation, who knows? And he had been the big story in Ottawa in the first half. He's not having a good season. They went out and traded for him a year ago, gave him the big extension, which only kicked in this season. Got a pretty good year out of him last year, which was a big part of the reason they got into the playoffs. Not really so much this year. And it wasn't just Ullmark, because the backups, the depth they thought they had, also kind of went downhill this season. So they went out and got James Reimer. He's been okay so far. He could be part of the answer too. They may feel like Ullmark and Reimer is good enough heading down the stretch. But we'll see. I'm sure they'll be keeping an eye out for anything that could become available, and they'll be seeing if they can upgrade that position, because as you say, it has been the big issue this year. You look at underlying numbers, this is already a playoff team. They're just not getting the saves. So if that changes down the stretch, either because they go out and get somebody, or because goaltending is just weird and guys get hot and cold at strange times, either one of those would be enough to certainly get them back into the picture, if not back into a playoff spot altogether.
Mm-hmm. Sean McIndoe from The Athletic, our guest on the Kevin Carey Show here on Sports 1440. Senators and Leafs basically same record, winning percentage here, 57 points. The Leafs are coming out west, as you know, Sean, for I think a 4-game road trip. They'll be here in Edmonton next week. But I guess what's it been like in the eye of the storm there? We've had guests on, over the course of the week talking about the Leafs, and man, oh man, it's just not a pretty picture, is it?
No, it's not. And it's, this is not a good team is just the answer to that question. Obviously they had the extended slow start, and then around the holidays seemed to flip a switch, seemed to start playing like the team we were used to seeing. And there was some talk of, okay, they've got ground to make up because of their slow start, but they're on track to do it. But the last few weeks has just put an end to that. I mean, they've been even put aside the record, just the eye test. This has not been a good team. Friday night they welcomed the Vegas Golden Knights in. Obviously, that's the Mitch Marner game. Not a particularly special game based on the schedule and the standings, but for your fan base, this is the game of the year, and they just come out and lay an egg entirely. Just no passion, no response to the moment, none of that. To the point where everyone's making their jokes about, they're already in their playoff playoff mood in Toronto. And it kind of looked like that. I mean, they just looked totally overwhelmed by the moment, and they lose to Colorado. They've even Buffalo, a hot team. Look, it was a tough stretch of the schedule. It was. We just finished talking about Ottawa. I mean, you got to play who the schedule gives you, and you got to beat those teams. You got to find a way. This Leafs team cannot find a way, and whether it's Craig Berube on the hot seat now in Toronto, Brad Treliving getting all sorts of criticism from the fan base. Certainly. I mean, I don't think anyone's being spared right now. The Toronto Maple Leaf fans, think of them what you will. They tend to be a smart enough group that when you put a pile of junk in front of them, they can sniff that out. They know this team isn't going anywhere. And now the question is, what now? Do you sell? How much dismantling do you do? Who even gets to do that? Is it Brad Treliving, the guy who put this team together? Or is it potentially somebody else? To be determined. We'll watch it play out. But at this point, I don't think anyone is looking at this Leafs team and thinking, "Oh, they're playoff bound. They're still in the picture." They've shown us over the last couple of weeks they don't deserve to be talked about that way.
You know what, Sean? Let's take it up the ladder even one rung higher, and let's look at Keith Pelly here from MLSE. How itchy is that finger getting for a guy like Keith Pelly, who just took over this job? Like he's going to be really, really thinking about a lot of things here.
Well, I mean, it's hard to say, right? I mean, this is a guy that fans in Toronto probably hadn't even heard of a couple of years ago, and then suddenly, because of the maneuvering and machinations up above, he suddenly emerges as the top guy. And there were lots of stories written about how this, Keith Pelly's going to come in and boy, this guy, he demands winners and he wants this and that. And you've barely seen him. I mean, he sat in on a couple of press conferences, and beyond that, if he's had any influence, it's been very much behind the scenes. I don't know. It is possible that there's new ownership, new management. It's been a transition, an ongoing transition as far as who holds the power there. Maybe he is itching to make a change. I'll tell you this: the story of the Toronto Maple Leafs of the last decade, since the Brendan Shanahan era began, has been that over and over again, whenever there's been any sort of, not even crisis, but any sort of the day-to-day challenges that every team ends up facing, they've always taken the path of least resistance. Whether it was giving the coach one more year, whether it was keeping the management, whether it was making sure that you never, ever even contemplated making any major trades. It's always been, let's hold the line. Let's take it the easy way. Let's not make any really tough decisions that might open us up to criticism and who knows what else. So we'll see. I mean, maybe Keith Pelly comes in and makes some big dynamic, bold moves. Yeah. But it would be a change of culture, certainly in Toronto. It's far more likely that if we do hear from him, he'll be telling us that, patience and we'll make the changes all in good time and just keep kicking that can down the road.
It's funny, Sean. I first met Keith Pelly over 30 years ago. He was director, producer of the Scotties Tournament of Hearts, which we're watching here. That was in Kitchener Waterloo back in the early 90s, and now you look at him, he's president of MLSE after all the stuff that he's done in Europe. So remarkable career for sure. Is it even tougher when you see Detroit and Buffalo having great success this year? And we've been waiting for it for a while for those two teams. Even tougher for, I guess, Ontario hockey fans to see the success down there?
Yeah, it's tough in different ways, right? I mean, if you're the Senators, last year, it looked like you had been the team to take the step forward. We had all kind of been waiting on this trio of teams. It was Ottawa, Detroit, Buffalo. They were all kind of doing rebuilds in the same general time frame. We thought Montreal was behind them, and then Montreal kind of jumped ahead last year. But of those three teams, it looked like Ottawa was the team that had made the step first, and then this year the script has been flipped. So that makes it tough for Ottawa. And then for Toronto, certainly you look at it and it's sort of like, man, is the window already closing on this group? When you look around the division, you see all these teams that are younger, that are better, that are certainly well ahead of you in the standings, and better positioned for down the line as well. This is, sometimes for all the, for all the hand waving and, talk of teams in crisis and that sort of thing, sometimes in the NHL, a good team just has a bad year. And you change what you can, you try to improve what you can, but at the end of the day, it's just a a good team where things didn't fall the way you wanted them to, and then in future years they're right back at it. We've seen that. Tampa most notably was a team that went from missing the playoffs to right back into cup contention. If you're the Maple Leafs and you're trying to talk yourself into that scenario, which, again, that gets you to that path of least resistance. If you can just say, hey, we'll be right back in it next year. You look at this division, the entire dynamic of it has changed. You're now looking at it and going, I mean, geez, everybody, even Boston, a team that we had all written off based on last season, has been significantly better than we thought. And, if you're the Maple Leafs, you have to really look at this division and have a serious question of, are we the worst team in this division? Are we going to either finish last or deserve to finish last based on how we're playing? That would have been unthinkable to even the most negative observer not that long ago. But here it is, because everybody else seems to be clicking. Everybody else seems to be finding something, while the Maple Leafs just flounder around with nothing at all.
The Athletic, Sean McIndoe with us on Sports 1440. We got about a week here, I guess, before the roster freeze and the Olympics start up. How busy do you think, Sean, that this next week is going to be trade-wise?
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating because in theory, deadlines spur decisions, and you would think that we would see a fair amount of movement, and we've already seen a couple of deals. So on the one hand, it suggests that we could get the mini trade deadline. It won't quite be like the typical annual deadline that we're used to, but we could see something similar. The flip side is that there may be GMs out there that lay the groundwork and say, hey, if I've got something done, sure, I'll pull the trigger early. But if not, that's fine. I've got a couple of weeks. Players are going to be out there getting rest, getting healthy. I'm not going to worry too much about making a deal right before a deadline when I know that I'm not going to see much of that player for the next few weeks. I'll just wait until the deadline lifts, which that becomes the next pressure point, right? Okay, if we don't see a ton of deals heading up to the freeze, what do we see when the freeze gets lifted and the action resumes in the NHL? Is that when we see a flood of deals? Because remember, teams can't make trades during the Olympic break. Doesn't mean they can't talk. Doesn't mean they can't hammer out deals and have handshake agreements and be first in line, ready to get on that league trade call as soon as they're allowed to. So, maybe it looks like that, or maybe this just all lays a bunch of groundwork and then we see a trade deadline that plays out as usual. I really don't know which way it could go. I don't know if anything would shock me right now. But certainly you see teams like the Rangers that are pretty clearly maneuvering. We're starting to see the sellers emerge. That had been the concern for so much of the season, was that, who's going to sell when you have a league where if it felt like 28 teams could at least tell themselves they were in the playoff race. We're starting to see that separation now. So the sellers are emerging. That gets you a market. And then we see how aggressive the buyers want to be.
Yeah, I agree in the sense it could be a softer week here just to ramp up, and then quite a lot of talking and see what leaks out over that course. I'm sure something's if there is some talking happening, and then a little bit more activity, once we get back from the Olympics. Sean, as always, thanks for your time. Really appreciate it. Enjoy this final week of the NHL season and the Olympics, and I'm sure we'll talk after the break. Thanks for coming on as always.
Sounds good. Thank you.
That's Sean McIndoe from The Athletic, and our Puck Report brought to you by Fountain Tire. And again, we got you covered if you want to talk about your vehicle, and we've also got the digital vehicle report as well. Check them out at fountaintire.com today. When we come back, one-on-one with Tristan Jarry, Edmonton Oilers goaltender. We'll see if he goes tonight, or do they go to Connor Ingram? Maybe they go to Ingram tonight, and then back with Jarry comes Saturday when the Minnesota Wild are here. It's the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick, and Mac the Intern on Sports 1440 AM radio. We are streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Get ready for an action-packed experience at Rogers Place. The Edmonton Oil Kings are the first choice for family entertainment.
Every home game starts at $20 a seat with extra concession value thanks to Calmont. Kids food combos start at just $7.50.
Sink your teeth into options like hot dogs, popcorn, grilled cheese, pizza, burgers, and more. All Calmont Kids food combos are $10 or less.
Edmonton Oil Kings Hockey. The value is king size.
Don't wait. Great seats start at only $20 at oilkings.ca.
Do you sit around at work listening to sports radio all day? That's right, my friend. There's no shame in it. It's the good life. And we're not here to snitch. Say, if your company advertised on Sports 1440, you could be the one listening for your company's ad every day. Now you've got an excuse to listen to Sports 1440 all day. It's part of the job. Sounds like someone's getting a promotion. Email Gregor at sports1440.ca and let's get to work for you.
They're not just a grocery store. They're a butcher, a baker, a cafe, deli, rotisserie pizza, and restaurant, all under one roof. Loca Quality Market does food differently with 2 locations to serve you. Edmonton and Sherwood Park. Visit loca.ca.
Mr. Rooter goes skiing.
Sick gear, Mr. Rooter. Are you ready to hit the slopes?
Not yet. I need to report a possible crime.
Oh no, what's happening?
I saw a bunch of hooligans discussing shredding the half pipe. As a plumber, I've taken the Hippocratic oath to do no harm and act in the best interests of all pipes, whether PVC, copper, or otherwise.
It's made of snow, Mr. Rooter.
Snow? Things are worse than I had feared.
There's no better plumber than Mr. Rooter.
Exciting news from St. Albert Dodge. The all-new 2026 Jeep Gladiator Sport packages have arrived. They have a great selection and a bunch of colors to choose from. And if you've checked out the Sport, you know it comes in some fun colors. Rugged capability, practical off-road features, and you can get behind the wheel for as low as $49,900. That's right. Put yourself in a brand new Jeep Gladiator Sport for less than $50,000. What more can you ask for? Time to head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Missioner Allen Auctioneering's Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg Public Unreserved Equipment Auction is this Friday at 9 a.m. featuring graders, forklifts, wheel loaders, man lifts, mini excavators, skid steers, telehandlers, plus commercial trailers and sea cans. Info at maauctions.com.
You're at home, in the car, or on the move. You're never more than a tap away from Sports 1440. Download the radio player or iHeart app today so you can get all access anytime to Edmonton's only sports radio station, Sports 1440.
Missioner Allen Auctioneering's next Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg Public Unreserved Industrial Auctions are this Thursday and Friday. These major events include multiple lanes selling a large section of multi-purpose trucks, equipment, and commercial trailers. Info at maauctions.com.
And Karius Show, breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams, even though his favorite Junior A hockey team is the Yorkton Terriers. Thanks for checking in with Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 7:41 in Edmonton. So I was listening to on the way home yesterday that you guys were having some sort of a contest, Mackenzie and Josh, about Twitter followers or X followers to get to 100. And so one of you is at 100, one of you is not. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm at 95.
Max at 95. Josh cracked the 100. How did you do this? Did you buy some follow? Is that what you did? You
No. Pretty simple. So we were on the lowdown, and I offhandedly mentioned that, like, yeah, we're doing this race. And Mac was already closing in on me because the texters were trying to spite me.
I'm sure they were.
And so, and I get it. And
surprising.
But like, we were on air. You can go back and listen to hour 1. I said, oh, you should go give me a follow and Mackenzie. And so Low Tide for 3 whole minutes was telling people to go follow me on Twitter. And I was like, don't forget to follow Mac. But I got a couple key follows that she didn't. Ryder and Lisa, They followed me back, so felt pretty
Wow.
good. But I think it's only because I followed them. So,
I don't know.
And
big
what
time
is
follow back.
what? Okay, what are your handles or whatever? What do you call it?
J Fenwick 04.
Okay, and Mackenzie, what's yours?
Mac McLennan. So MAK
Yeah.
MCLENN.
MAK, no C.
No C.
Oh,
MCL.
MACM what? MCL.
ENNAN.
I think I might have it. Is that you with a green hat on?
Yeah, it's a Shrek. It's a Shrek hat.
Oh, okay. It looks like you're doing some synchronized swimming or something. There you go. You might be at 97 now.
Thank you. I
Josh,
appreciate
I didn't
it.
vote for you.
That's okay. That's okay. Like I said, I just want to see if I eat, I want my homies to eat.
Yeah.
And that includes Big Mike right now.
Big
Thank
Mike
you.
and a boy.
I knew that was going to happen. As
There you
soon
go.
as I left, I was like, this is going to get brought up and Josh is going to beat me. I knew it.
Well, excellent. Oilers and Sharks tonight. A couple of local angles here for sure. Zach Ostapchuk is a St. Albert kid. Was drafted by Ottawa, second rounder. He's from St. Albert. Played in Vancouver for the Giants for several years. Was traded to Winnipeg. Ended up being traded. He was in the Noah Gregor trade. Did you know that, Duke?
Can't say I did.
He was traded with Noah Gregor.
Okay.
Remember? And then that was for the Fabian Zetterlund.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
I'm just kind of
now that you say, yeah, right. The Noah Gregor trade.
Yeah.
As it is documented in history. Hey, Noah Gregor was
Absolutely.
in the trade. It
Yeah.
absolutely deserves to be mentioned there.
So, I mean, this is a young guy still trying to find his way. I'm sure he'll have a lot of friends and family in the stands tonight. I assume he'll be playing. He has been playing on the fourth line. One guy that's been sort of out of the lineup and actually, I wouldn't say immersed in trade talks, but because of what we saw here last year is Jeff Skinner. Now,
Right.
Jeff Skinner's an interesting dude here.
Will he get a welcome back, Jeff Skinner? I won't.
No.
I'm not even going to float the notion of a video
There'll
tribute.
be-
But what about like a little, just a little thing on the jumbotron during a commercial break?
Zero.
Has Cody Ceci been back yet? I guess he would have been last
I
year,
would
right?
imagine, yeah.
I can't
think
remember.
he did get. I
specific-
think he did get one actually.
well,
too,
Cody
last year,
Ceci
yeah.
absolutely deserved
Yeah,
to.
he
He was
got
a good
one.
soldier here for a number of years. Yeah, Jeff Skinner. Yeah,
No, he won't.
you won't get anything.
No, he
Not
won't.
even a mention.
Nothing. Well, first of all, I don't know if he's going to play tonight,
Good point.
so we'll see. But I mean, I'll never
What
understand.
about I guess Desharnais's been back already too now.
Yeah, no, yeah, not long enough, I don't think. But I'll never understand. Like, okay, so when Skinner signed here and came here last year, it was an interesting scenario because everyone thought, okay, he'd be a good fit with Leon or even Connor. It didn't work out. Everyone knows that.
Mhm.
But the Sharks signed him to a 1-year deal worth $3 million. Like, if I'm any team, I'm saying, all right, Jeff, you want to come and play with us? Here's $1 million,
Right?
not $3 million. And the reason why is because this year he's still getting $4.4 million from Buffalo. Okay, so you just use that and you say you got enough money. It's not about that. Come here, play, have fun. Next year, do you know what he gets from Buffalo? $6.4 million.
Not bad.
So, like, if I'm a team next year, and I mean, here's a guy he'll be a 34-year-old player next year. I would sign Jeff Skinner to a contract that is league minimum, but I wouldn't give him a dime more. And if he's in and out of the lineup as a 13th forward or a 12th forward, or maybe he finds some scoring touch that he had. That's what GMs like. I don't understand why you're giving him a 3-year deal. Anyway, I had a great conversation yesterday with Tristan Jarry after Louis DeBrusque finally relinquished the podium in front of him, talking about hunting and hunting blinds and everything like that, because Louis is one of the top hunters in Edmonton and area. I would bet Louis, out of all the color analysts in the NHL, Louis would be the number one hunter / fisherman. Easily. Gatherer, wood chopper, carrying water, the whole bit. That's Louis. But anyway, Tristan Jarry was like, he was so into the conversation. And then obviously Louis and I have gone fishing several times and things like that, enjoy each other's company. But it was a great kind of a conversation. Then finally, when Louis said, oh, I better get to Chris Knobloch's Vale, Tristan Jari and I had a good little discussion, and here's that interview that we had yesterday following practice.
Tristan, just looking down the hallway, Oil Kings are going for a road trip here. Can you believe it's coming up 12 years since you guys won the Memorial Cup? Man, time flies, doesn't it?
It's crazy. I think to kind of come full circle and to be back here and walk down those hallways. Obviously, it's a different rink and a different team, but just to walk down there and see the pictures, see the memories, it brings back a lot.
Obviously, Curtis is here, but do you stay in touch with anyone else from back in the day when you were playing junior here?
Always. I think that's kind of what me and my wife, why we ended up staying here, is just the connection that I made with those guys and all the friendships. Like, I still think to this day, I think there's 5 or 6 of us that work out every summer together. So it's a lot of fun. We enjoy it, and you obviously stay connected with all those people.
It's a hell of a team. When did you know that it was sort of gelling and you had something special going there?
I think it started long before that. Like, just coming in as a 16-year-old, you're obviously new to the league. You're trying to find your way. You're starting your career as a junior hockey player, and I think just growing over the years, like, you see how good we were when I was playing when I was 16, and then again 17, and then being able to win it when you're 18. It's special. Like, you form that bond, and I think it takes years to do that. Obviously, there's teams that are able to be put together that are there right from the start, but I think it started long before that year. Just growing up with those guys, learning, and I think just kind of being close. And I think we had a lot of fun along the way, and every day we enjoyed coming to the rink, being together, and I think that's what made it so special.
There's so many players. Like, I was just looking, like Moroz, I thought he was going to be the next power forward in the NHL. Man, that guy was a big moose back then.
Yeah, we had everyone that played on that team. Every player wants to play in the NHL. That's every kid's dream, to play in the NHL. And it's obviously hard. You see how many people make it and how many don't. There's a very fine line, and I think just the team that we had there was special. And you create that bond, whether guys are out working, they have families, they're out adventuring, like, you still connect with all of them. If any one of them reached out, obviously you'd always be happy to spend the time with them. It's just something where you create that connection and you have that championship connection with them, and it's just a bond that never breaks.
How's it been for you settling in more and more? Been about 6 weeks and change here. What's it been like to settle in here with the new team?
It's been awesome. Obviously, being able to be traded here, very fortunate, and I think it's just been awesome. The team's great. The guys are great. You see how tight that they are, and I think that comes from just what I said earlier. Over the years, they've created that bond, that connection, and just that mindset. Every night that they play, that we play, you're never out of it. You wanna strive for greatness, and I think that's something that it's all about.
When you went down with your injury, you must have been going, man, why now? And just kind of getting into the swing of things. What were you thinking at that point?
Yeah, it's tough. You never want to be injured, no matter what point you're at. I think being able to just kind of take a step back and just enjoy it. Obviously, it's a whirlwind when you get traded, and things come at you quick. One day you're in your normal routine, the next you're with 23 different guys. So I think just being able to kind of settle in during the injury and kind of get planted, I think it's been good, but obviously I want to be out there.
Maybe it's going to be in about 15 years when you're all retired and an old guy, but you ever sit back and go, man, look at the guys I played with here, in Pittsburgh. We're talking Mount Rushmore kind of guys here. Or maybe you think about it right now.
Yeah, they're special. There's no other way to put it. They're special. To be able to stand back there and watch them, to be able to do it with Sid for the last 10 years and now start with Connor, like, it's special. You're very lucky to be able to stand back there and be on that side of things. And it's every night that they go out and do something, it's special to watch. And I think that's where the winning starts, is through them.
What's it been like for you, crowd atmosphere, compare the two? And even as you say, you've been living here for a while, and you know what it's all about here in Edmonton. So
yeah, Pittsburgh's a great hockey market. I think obviously having the 3 sports teams, it's hockey is one of them, but it's a great sports market. The fans are passionate, and then you come here, it's a Canadian market. It's all they really have. Obviously they have the Eskimos and the Oilers, so they're very passionate about their sports, and you see it throughout the town, throughout the city, especially come playoff time. Like they get crazy. They're enjoying it, and I think that's what makes it so special when you get to that time of year, is the fans and everyone around you are just as engaged as you are.
did you ever go to Steelers and Pirates games there a lot?
Always.
What'd you think of them?
No, it's lots of fun to be able to hear that Renegade, or to be into PNC Park when they hit a home run. It's cool. It's some of the best stadiums in the world, and it's fortunate that I got to go quite a bit.
One last one, a few games before the break here, but how do you, assess your direction of how you want to approach this next 4-game slate plus the break as well?
Yeah, I think we just want to be consistent. I want to bring a form of consistency for these guys. I think they've been doing a great job. We've been winning some games, so I think if we can continue to do that, and obviously go into the break in a good spot, that'll put a lot of us at ease. And I think it'll be easier to come back and kind of get rolling back into things and put us in a good spot for when the time comes.
Thanks, Tristan. Continued success.
Thank you.
Conversation with Tristan Jarry, just following Oilers practice yesterday. He was one of the last guys actually on the ice yesterday at Rogers Place. We'll see what the coach figures and how he's going to implement the goaltenders for these next 4 games. Obviously, next week it's a back-to-back following tonight's game with San Jose. Then you've got Minnesota on Saturday. Toronto comes in here, and then the Oilers go to Calgary the next night, and then you've got the break. On the year, Tristan Jarry's got 15 wins, a 2.88 goals against average, and a 900 save percentage. Numbers are higher here in Edmonton. He's getting the offense. The numbers are higher here quite when you look at the games that he's played, basically because of the Pittsburgh game. When he played here, and the Penguins scored 6 goals on him. So that's why the numbers are likely inflated here if you look at his Edmonton numbers. When we come back, Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet will check in. Interesting discussion with Spec that I want to kind of look at, and it has to do, I hope he's listening right now, he can do some research in the break, on Ryan Warsofsky, the head coach of the San Jose Sharks. An interesting cat, for sure. Before all that, time now for a Sports 1440 update, brought to you by AWS Welding Supplies in Nisku. Product sales, servicing, calibrating, free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, Nisku, and South Edmonton. Your one-stop shop for all things welding. AWSwelding.ca. Here is the Duke.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
Just 3 games in NHL last night. Andre Palat scoring in his debut with the New York Islanders. They topped the Rangers 5-2. Artemi Panarin not playing in the game, and he is reportedly going to be held out for roster management reasons right through the Olympic break. Blue Jackets win their 7th of their past 8. They beat the Flyers 5-3, and the Avalanche lose in Ottawa 5-2. Edmonton Oil Kings fall on the road last night 5-2 down in Calgary in the final night of PWHL action before the Olympics. 4 games total. Toronto blanked by Montreal 3-0. New York losing to Boston 4-3 in a shootout. Ottawa doubled up on Seattle 4-2, and Minnesota beat Vancouver 4-1. In the association, the Raptors lose to the Knicks 119-92, and 8 other games around the association, including Victor Wembanyama 28 points, propels the Spurs to a 111-99 win over Houston, and LeBron James back in Cleveland for potentially the final time. Cavs take it 129-99 over the Lakers. Draw 16 of the Scotties Tournament of Hearts underway this morning. 2 Alberta teams in action, including Selena Sturmey vying for one of the playoff spots in her group. She's up against New Brunswick, currently tied at 1 in the 3rd. And elsewhere, Manitoba's Beth Peterson taking on none of it. Kayla Skrillex rink up against Newfoundland, and Northern Ontario playing PEI. Australian Open action overnight. Semifinals on the women's singles bracket. Rybakina beating Jessica Pegula in straight sets. And Arina Sabalenka, the world number 1, defeating Svitolina also in straight sets. Women's doubles action. Canadian Gabby Dabrowski and her partner Luisa Stefani, they fall to the pair of Danilina and Krunic. Coming up in hour 2 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Sportsnet's Mark Spector and Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Happy New Year. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you for everything in 2025. With your help and your support, we fed almost 500 families. We donated to various charities in the Edmonton area, and we're going to do it again in 2026. Please stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Business owners, if rising electricity costs are cutting into your profits, there's a smarter way forward. Right now, federal clean technology tax credits can cover 30 to over 50% of the cost of a commercial solar system, delivering an immediate return on your investment. And in Edmonton and Sturgeon County, the Commercial Clean Energy Improvement Program offers long-term financing for up to 20 years, making solar more affordable than ever. Lock in lower energy costs for decades and strengthen your bottom line. Visit GreatCanadianSolar.com to get started.
Whether you're at home, in the car, or on the move, you're never more than a tap away from Sports 1440. Download the radio player or iHeart app today so you can get all access anytime to Edmonton's only sports radio station, Sports 1440.
Whoa, I gotta put some money on the game tonight. We hit our monthly budget. Whoa, how did you get in here? I'm you, the responsible you. We're right. We'll play another time. Sounds more like us.
If you gamble, use your game sense. Visit GameSenseAB.ca.
Across rural Alberta, volunteers and community groups work hard to make life better for their neighbors, creating new playgrounds, better rinks, and gathering places that bring us together. Vision Credit Union is proud to lend these local heroes a helping hand. Apply today for a Helping Hand grant up to $10,000 to support your community's next big idea. Let's make great things happen together. Applications are open until January 31st, 2026. Learn more at whatsyourshare.ca.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. Just after 8 o'clock in Edmonton. Some interesting stats. We had a text come in actually just regarding, because I mentioned Zach Ostapchuk, pardon me, Zach Ostapchuk, and the fact that he played some minor hockey in town here. Obviously, he's from St. Albert, but they played for the under 15 St. Albert Sabres. And on that team was Matthew Savoy. So Matthew Savoy, actually Carter Savoy was on that team as well. He was a little older. I think Matthew Savoy and Zach Ostapchuk were a little bit younger, but long time ago, back in 2016, 2017, the St. Albert Sabres under 15 AAA team. Time now for On the Mark, brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Mike and the crew would like to thank you for the support in 2025 and wish you all the best in 2026. Together, we fed almost 500 families, and we're going to do it again this November. Thank you from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC as we welcome in Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet. Good morning, Spec.
Hey, what's happening, KK? How's it going?
Good. We just had that text come in and said, I got to find who
is that.
Oh, it was from Yeg Moose. It said Ostapchuk might have played minor hockey with Savoy. So I did a little digging, and yeah, back in 2016, 2017, they were on the St. Albert Sabres under 15 AAA team.
Okay. They would have played a lot of hockey at a Jerome McGinley Arena.
Yeah.
Probably those kids grew up playing at Kinex and over at Troy Murray and Mark Messier and the Campbell.
Yeah.
Service place.
Exactly. And also Carter Savoy was on the team. So was Mike Benning.
Oh, there you go. Mikey
So-
Benning. Where is Mike Benning? Wasn't he at Denver?
Yeah, he's in Florida's system. He's down in Charlotte, I believe.
Okay. With Noah Gregor in Charlotte.
Yeah. He played, he's in Charlotte. He's got like pretty simple. I was just on that page. So he's played 40 games in for the Checkers this year. He's got 6 goals, 15 assists in the 40 games.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're right. He was at the University of Denver before.
Yes, good.
Still
Weird. Where's Matt Benning these days?
He's in Toronto. He's actually with the
Injured,
Marlies. But yeah, he's been up and down. They had so many injuries on defense that they were up and down, or Matt was up and down. I think he still qualifies for some salary being paid when he's like got one of those contracts, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So I believe the Leafs are paying him some couple of bucks here and there.
It's a weird league when there's no Bennings in it. Like there's always been a Benning around this league for a long time.
Elmer, Brian, Jim.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. There's usually if not a player, Elmer was out scouting.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
exactly.
not anymore. We miss Elmer in the press box once in a while.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It just that old story with his vehicle, right?
Yeah. He drove Western Canadian scout. He scouted for so long in the same was it a Camry, I think, a Toyota Camry. He put a million kilometers on it.
It was a Toyota.
It was a Toyota for sure. Put a million kilometers on it.
Driving everywhere.
Hey? Holy cow. Some guys trade a vehicle in once in a while, but not Elmer.
Well, he fixed it all the time, right?
Well, it didn't need much fixing, according to Elmer. But when he did go to trade it in, they wouldn't give him any money for it. He was all sour. I said,
and then if it needed a battery, he would just take it to Brian's shop there, the interstate.
That's right.
Hey, kid, I need a new battery. Put it in.
Good. Got San Jose tonight?
Yeah. And I was just, out of all the coaches in the league, Spec, and I was just, I was looking up Ryan Warsofsky last night, and we did so, last year and things like that. If you think about all the coaches in the NHL and just think about how high profile they are, where they played, what they did, who they coached, this guy's really intriguing to me. If you check out his background, I just think it's a very intriguing guy, a cool cat. I'm not saying he came out of nowhere, and this is a guy that's one of those career coaches. You know what I mean? He was probably a better coach at the end of his very limited playing career, and then has worked his way up to where he is now.
Well, where he came out of the NCAA, correct?
Very limited NCAA Spec, very limited. Like, he ended up playing, for coach or player, what do you mean?
Coaching. Did he not coach in the NCAA?
No, not really. He coached at a place called Curry College where he played, and that's in the East Coast. It would be division whatever. So he was there for one season as a coach, and I'm thinking he was a coaching assistant. Then he went to the East Coast League. Then he ended up in Charlotte.
Well, there he is. Okay, I got him.
Yeah, Chicago Wolves, and then ends up in San Jose. So it's a guy that I'm sort of like he's under the radar. Like, I remember when he got hired, I can guarantee you everyone in the hockey world, or 9/10 of everyone, went, "Who the hell is this guy?
Who's this guy?"
You know what I mean?
Hey, listen, the coaches and players come from all over the place now. I'm looking at his bio too. He's an American guy, came out of, I believe, Maine, and he's very young. I mean, that to me is the thing that strikes me the most. He's 38 years old.
He's the youngest active coach in the league right now.
Yeah, and that's, Mike Greer in San Jose is like, it's always bold to take on a rebuild because, some rebuilds turn into Anaheim and you go, man, great job, even though they missed the playoffs for 7 years, which is a long time. And some rebuilds turn into Buffalo and they never get any good, or they turn into Toronto and they get kind of sort of good, but they never win more than one round. And now it looks like maybe it's time to start thinking about retooling again. So it's, Greer with their owner down there, Hasso, forget his last name, the German cat, very wealthy German guy. He's got to get permission to do this rebuild, but you got to promise him, here's what I'm going to do. And then you got to go out and do it. And Mike's made some interesting decisions, one of which is hiring an unknown young coach to come in here and take the reins of this thing. And that's a gutsy call by Greer, man. It's a lot easier to pick up a Joel Quenneville or a Pete DeBoer or a guy like that and just pay him than
Mike
it is
Sullivan.
to take your Mike Sullivan and to take your chances on an unknown. And let's see where it goes. So far, so good. Let's see. Maybe this guy turns into the next Jacques Lemaire or something. Who knows?
Like it's funny. You can look at like a guy like Greg Cronin too in Anaheim, who took some bullets for how the Ducks were, because they were a young team, and now Joel Quenneville comes in there, and Quenneville's kind of reaping what Cronin sowed a little bit as well. But I just think Warsofsky's, again, a lot of people will go, who's the head coach of the San Jose Sharks? They don't even know who it is.
They don't even know. Yeah, that's fair. And that's the other thing is you got to time this out, because I don't think anyone thought that Cronin was going to be the coach of Anaheim when they became good. So sometimes you need a place filler, and I'm not saying Warsofsky's a place filler, but I'm not saying he's not.
There's just so many interesting things about his past, and again, he wasn't much of a player really when you think about, and you don't have to be a great player to be a great head coach for sure. But I was trying to find a parallel, and I was thinking about Jay Woodcroft a little bit. But when Woody played in the old Ontario Junior, I mean, like, he was a prolific goal scorer before he went down and played some college hockey, right? So, I don't know. I just think that it would be a good. There's a hell of a story there. I don't know what it is with Warsofsky, but I think it would be a hell of a story. And as you said, Mike Greer, he's the guy that's looking outside the box here.
He is, for sure. And it's nice. An old Oiler, we all know him. He comes from a huge, like a lineage of, I mean, his dad was a GM in the National Hockey League or the National Football League and a head of personnel. He's a really big personnel guy, in New England and a couple other teams. He's been in the business a long time. And Mike was always a very smart and cerebral guy. I covered Mike when he showed up here. I remember his World Junior. Remember that World Junior back in '94 that Canada had like Ryan Smith and Jeff O'Neill and all those guys? It was a lockout, if I'm not mistaken. So they had every good player, including Alexander Daig on that team. Remember, they played Edmonton Red Deer, Kev. And Mike Greer was on the American team that year. Yeah. And I remember watching, the Oilers had made that trade. Didn't they get him in wasn't he in the Cujo trade or something from St. Louis? If I'm not mistaken. I think he was. And I remember looking at him at a little rink down in like Innisfail and thinking, man, I don't know. He's big, but he doesn't skate that good. And he figured it out. He became a player for a long time. He's always was a smart guy. And here he is. He's in charge of an NHL team, one of 32 GMs, and he's got a pretty interesting team. Like, anyone who hasn't stayed up and watched much San Jose, you're in for a treat tonight. They play a fun game and they skate. They're kind of Anaheim light. I think they're behind Anaheim a little bit still, but they're fun to watch. And obviously Celebrini's going to be a superstar. Askarov's in goal. He's a ton of fun to watch, and they got some good players. I'm quite excited. I'm looking forward to the game tonight.
Yeah, they don't have as much depth as far as the high-end talent. Again, 3 guys were out from Anaheim, right, on Monday. There's a big drop-off, and you can see that because Celebrini's got 78 points. Next best guy, Will Smith, who's missed a lot of games, is 36, but guys like Toffoli and Wenberger at 35. There's a massive drop-off there, Spec, between their star and the next group of players.
Well, and if we're comparing to Anaheim, I think it's on the back end, too. Anaheim's got 3 top, great-looking defensemen and a couple other guys that are okay, and they still have Gudis there helping out in the bottom pair. And this team, you'll notice John Klingberg's down in San Jose for people who remember John from last year. Good guy. Obviously, Jeff Skinner's there. Has been a healthy scratch of late. But their back end isn't quite as good. I'm looking at, Dmitry Orlov is down there. Klingberg's there. Mario Ferraro's a veteran D that every year at the trade deadline, his name comes up because he's not bad still, but he's older. Sam Dickinson's a better young player.
Yeah, he's going to be good.
He's going to be good, and Timothy Littleton's okay, but they don't have the back end that Nick Leddy's down there. They don't have the back end that, and sorry, don't forget Vinny Desharnais down there too. So they got guys, but they don't have as good a guys as Anaheim has on the blue line.
Well, again, and they'll be building this blue line around Sam Dickinson. So, he's just a 19-year-old, could have played in the World Juniors as well. And again, as you said, Askarov's a young goaltender yet. And that's the guy
Misa's coming up.
What's that?
Isn't Misa coming up as well to help this team?
Yeah, Misa's there still. Misa's already there. And Will Smith is a young guy. They got to figure out his contract. And, William Eklund's contract kicks in next year because he's, on his rookie deal, but his contract kicks in next year. So,
so anyway, they're building. Like I say, I think they're a good year and a bit behind Anaheim, but that's okay. I certainly can see a day when Anaheim, San Jose take over the Pacific from Edmonton, Vegas, who sort of run the show in this division right now. They're going to start challenging those teams, and that's going to make for a good division here.
We were talking about Jeff Skinner. I don't think he'll play tonight. Maybe he does. Maybe he plays tonight, and I don't know who comes out. But, he signed, just in case you didn't know, he signed a 1-year contract spec, a 1-year contract with San Jose. It was worth $3 million. And I'm being facetious to a listener, Brendan, who has been all over me this morning for having a crazy miscue on the air. I apologize, Brendan. Anyway, but Skinner, you know what he's getting a spec from Buffalo this year? He's getting 4.4 from Buffalo. So
he's still making 7.7 a year.
Yeah, and then you know what he gets from Buffalo next year, spec?
How much?
6.4.
Oh my God, I want one of those jobs.
And then you know what he gets after that? I don't know if you're going to believe me. He gets 3 more years at 2.4.
Oh boy. And he's still making $3 million in salary this year. Now that's going to slow down. He's, I don't know what's going on, and I assume it's pretty much the same thing that went on here last year. But San Jose is not near as good a team as Edmonton in terms of trying to crack the top 12 forwards. And we're 2/3 of the way through the season, and for whatever reason, Jeff Skinner can't crack the top 12 forwards again this year, which happened to him last year in Edmonton. And that $3 million he's making this year is going to start to go south pretty quick. I mean, he's going to have to figure out how to make an NHL lineup and stay in it here. And I'm not sure how that, at his age, how you change your game enough to do that. But I like Jeff Skinner, and I you know what? I respected Jeff Skinner because his attitude. He wasn't playing. It was a little bit embarrassing. He's a veteran guy. He's not in the lineup, and he never moaned and cried and complained. We talked to him about it, and he didn't want to be a distraction, and a lot of respect for him. It's hard when you're a veteran going through this. It's embarrassing, and he handles it with class. I guess you should say that about him, right?
I had an interview with Tristan Jarry, a one-on-one yesterday, but do you think they go back to Ingram for tonight?
I don't know. I'm not sure where they are with their goaltending. I'm not sure. I mean, where are we here? He played against Jarry, had the start, played the whole game. I'm going back with Jarry probably tonight.
That means you know what that means? It'll be Ingram.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, listen, I don't know what they're doing, and we can guess all we want. I'd like to solidify Jarry with some games here. It's like every second game he plays, I'd like to give him 2 out of 3. But Ingram's coming off a start where he got pulled, and you'd like to get him back in and get his game back up because he has been good for you.
Yeah, and they'll split next week. So, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they split these next 2 games either. So we'll see.
And then we go on the Olympic break. I guess my question, whatever happens before the Olympic break, if they split it, whatever. My sort of question becomes if Jarry goes healthy in the Olympic break, comes back, he's healthy, we're all okay now, we're not worried about some groin or whatever. I wonder if he gets, if the Oilers establish him post-Olympic break as their number 1 guy, and if he starts getting 2 out of every 3 or 3 out of every 4. What do you think?
Yeah, that's kind of how I was looking at it, 2 out of 3 for sure moving forward. Yeah. Right? So,
I mean, you got to keep the flame going. You got to keep Ingram playing. He's played well.
Yeah.
I think.
Sorry, go ahead.
the argument out there, as Stu Skinner puts out these great numbers in Pittsburgh, is people I already hear it. Oh man, shouldn't have got rid of Skinner, which is pretty rich considering how this town wanted to get rid of Skinner. But to me, the argument is sort of, we could debate Skinner versus Jari, but I would say to you that the Oilers' overall goaltending is improved since that trade.
Yeah,
Jari Ingram is a better tandem than Skinner Pickard, in my opinion. Is that fair?
Yep, that is fair for sure. All right, Spec, have a good one, big fella. And
drink, buddy.
See you down at the rink. Yep, Mark Spector, Rogers Sportsnet, and our On the Mark, brought to you by and powered by Northgate Chevrolet, Buick GMC. This truck's for you. Save now at northgategm.com. When we come back, Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick, Mac the Intern on Sports 1440 AM radio. And we're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
60 years ago, we started selling trucks as Western GMC Buick. Today, we are Wolf GMC Buick. We're still located on the corner of 184th Street and Stony Plain Road with the same ownership for over 2 decades. Our customers have trusted our family-owned, community-driven business. And for that, we are thankful. If you're looking for a truck or SUV, pop in and one of our seasoned professionals will get you a great deal, hassle-free. Come trust our team at Wolf GMC Buick. Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
Shoulder pain. It can make even the simplest things like reaching up, lifting a bag, brushing your teeth, or sleeping frustrating. Rotator cuff strains, impingement, arthritis, they're some of the most common issues we treat every day. I'm Grant Fedoruk, and at Leading Edge Physio, our team brings postgraduate training, evidence-based technology, and just the right amount of humor and humility to help you feel better. Because we never forget the most important part, the gratitude we feel for every patient who allows us the opportunity to care for them. Because life shouldn't hurt. When it does, leadingedgephysio.com.
From the locker room to your radio, Sports 1440 is Edmonton's sports leader. Real talk, big personalities, and your texts. It's interactive. It's fun. It's where Edmonton talks sports. Sports 1440.
You matter. Your mental health matters, and you're braver than you think. Not Alone is an organization focused on creating a space of acceptance and support through tough, meaningful conversation. My name is Tyler Smith, and you are never alone. NotAloneCo.com. It's okay to not be okay.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at edmontonexpocenter.com today.
Whoa, I gotta put some money on the game tonight. We hit our monthly budget. Whoa, how did you get in here? I'm you, the responsible you. We're right. We'll play another time. Sounds more like us.
If you gamble, use your game sense. Visit GameSenseAB.ca.
Oh, Canada. Jiffy Lube is here to keep you moving through mornings like these. Full synthetic oil changes, quality Pennzoil products, tire checks, battery tests, and everything else your car needs to get through our winters. Stop by Jiffy Lube for fast, easy, warranty-approved service. No appointment, no hassle. Just dependable service right when you need it. Jiffy Lube, keeping you moving through this.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 8:21 in Edmonton, and time now for the headliner of the day, brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, draining clogged pipes like 3-pointers. For all your plumbing needs, go to mrrooter.ca as we welcome in Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV. Good morning, Frank.
Morning, Kevin. How you doing?
Not bad. On Tuesday, you were just getting out of the gym. After
I did not repeat my performance today.
What happened? Just too busy or what?
Yeah, just my wife's been sick, so I've been getting the kids to and from school. It's just been a grind.
How's that work?
Life catching up in the way.
Yeah. How's that work? Like, you got, how far is the drive? Like, where do you guys live compared to the school, etc.?
It's actually a pretty good hike. It's like with traffic in the mornings, like 45 minutes each way. So I've got a good hour and a half in the car right away. So it's when you do 3 hours in the car, if you're doing both trips for the day, it becomes a long day.
Well, I mean, that's a fair hike for school, man.
Yeah.
It's a big time hike.
It's really not that far. It's mostly traffic.
It's traffic. So
It's only like 8 miles, but it takes a long time to go.
just at a standstill the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, that's tough, Frank. I think my drive to work in the morning is just under 5 minutes.
Oh, I don't know how you do it. And what time of day are you doing it at?
Just like 6 o'clock. But on the way home, it's probably 9 minutes on the way home.
That's a tough sled.
Yeah, I'm spending 15 minutes on my commute, Frank, and you got an hour and a half. Well, no, you got 3. If you do it both, that's 3 hours.
Yeah. My
Maybe
wife
you-
hasn't gotten out of bed in like 4 days. So, I mean, kind of doing everything over here.
Are you doing the cooking too, Frank?
Yeah, but last night we did takeout. Actually, at some point I just was like, couldn't get everyone to agree. And I was like, all right, it's a cereal night. Classic dad move.
That a boy,
I can either order pizza or you're getting cereal.
What do we got? We got a week or so, a week exactly, basically, to the roster freeze before the Olympics. Do you think it's going to be softer, busier? What are we looking at here, you think?
Probably busier. This Artemi Panarin situation is definitely bubbling. I mean, with Russia not playing in the Olympics, I think any team acquiring Artemi Panarin isn't going to want him to sit for 5 weeks. I mean, think about that. It's a 2+ week break. He's already sitting. If he sits through next week, it's a long time to then get back up to speed. So I think this idea to sit him out is really a message to the Panarin camp. Like we've got to come together to make this work. It can't just be when you decide you feel like accepting a trade is going to work for you. This needs to be done in partnership, and we're going to take away in the meantime something that means a lot to you, and that's playing.
What about the fact too, Frank, of the extension that his camp wants signed? So the trade and extension. If that doesn't get done, what happens?
Well, I think in a perfect world, it's also beneficial for the New York Rangers because you can ask for more. I think the complicating factor here is that Panarin's looking for term. And at his age, not only are they expensive years that you're buying, but if you're also going long term, I just think that places, some teams, depending on the length, whether it's 4 years or 6 years, they're going to be in some uncomfortable positions. So that extension is not an easy one. That's not a formulaic, hey, like we'll just hammer this out real quick. Like that part is going to need to be figured out. But I don't know that it's an absolute must-have in order to make it happen. I think the Panarin camp is very comfortable in the worth or value that Artemi Panarin has proven for himself.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to go and have a monster playoff run somewhere and hit the market.
You know, San Jose's here tonight, as you know, Frank. If you're putting the Sharks into this conversation, maybe you're not, or are you? Where do they land with other teams that have been rumored, like all the other ones that are at the top of the list here?
I have seen the reporting. Sheng Peng was the one who had it in San Jose. And he says not only have they inquired about Artemi Panarin, but that Panarin would also be willing to play there.
Yeah.
I don't have an exact view of the list, but the feedback that I've gotten is that Panarin wants to play at a place where he has a chance to win. And I also don't know how quickly that timeline is going to line up in San Jose. Just now, my personal opinion, I think San Jose going after Artemi Panarin would be a big mistake. Not only are you removing opportunity from other young guys to play in your system, but you're deleting years off of your window and opportunity to win because you're going to be moving out future assets, whether it's first round picks or top prospects, I should say, probably in some combination or package. I just don't think the Sharks are ready yet. I don't even think they're particularly close. And I also think they have way more holes in their lineup than some other teams that have been rebuilding do.
Yeah, they're behind Anaheim for sure.
They're behind Chicago, in my view.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the Pacific for sure. What kind of term and what kind of dollar figure would Panarin's camp want here?
Somewhere between 4 and 6 years, somewhere $10 million or north. Like, this is an expensive contract for a player of his age. And I'm glad you brought up Anaheim because I think they're a stealth fit for Artemi Panarin.
Really?
Well, he played for Joel Quenneville, and he wants to be he likes being in a marquee market. It's LA without all the BS is Anaheim. And I just think they've got such a collection of young forwards that doesn't really matter which line you put him on, he's going to have an opportunity to create. And I feel like Anaheim has some legit shooters that they could use a playmaker like Panarin to make it all work.
Right. Frank Saravalli with us on Sports 1440. I know you had Matthew Darch, Islanders GM, with you and Butchie on Victory Plus TV yesterday, and you expect him to be quite aggressive here, Frank, moving forward?
Yeah, I think and by the way, great story with Andre Palat scoring last night in his debut. It's interesting that their setup is similar to Tampa Bay. That was the message that Patrick Waugh sent to him on some video, and so probably feels somewhat at home, and also the connection with Darsh helps. But moving forward, look, how aggressive will the Islanders be? I mean, he said point blank, we're not afraid to move our first round picks. I doubt it would be both of them, but they want to solidify themselves as a playoff team. And I thought that's what made this week so fascinating, is that they improved their group. Say what you will of Palat and his lack of production and how much he slowed. I'm a big believer in Carson Soucy, and I think he's going to help. I think that Rangers defensive zone structure and system is not for everyone. And moving forward, like the Islanders improved their team without having to spend it all. They got paid to take on those players. Those are the types of moves teams need to make that are in that spot that aren't going to be over the top aggressive buyers.
Here in Edmonton, Frank, we've been talking about Mangiapane for weeks.
Yes.
But maybe earlier it was hotter. How much more is it tempered now?
I think it's been pretty tempered for a while. I think it's been difficult for the Oilers to really generate interest. I don't think that they've arrived at the place where they're ready to attach an asset to move on. But I'll say this, I truly believe Andrew Mangiapane, in the absence of a significant injury, is the linchpin to the Oilers trade deadline. They cannot do anything unless they're deleting players from their roster in a deal, which then you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. They can't go out and trade for anyone. They have no cap space until they move on from Mangiapane first. So that's the first domino to fall. And until then, I think a lot of this is just window dressing.
You know, the two Canadian teams that are always top of mind, front row center here when it comes to underachieving, obviously, are Vancouver and Toronto. You know, I was thinking if you put these two teams together, Frank, you'd have a better team, you would think, but you'd have twice as many problems. What are these two teams in Canada going to do here?
Well, Vancouver's in the process of tearing down. The question is who's going to be left, and Toronto has to make that declaration that they're ready for change. They seem to have been, even at varying points this year, hung up on this fantasy that they can compete and that they can fix this. And I don't even think they're an average team. I think they're a below average team, and that's with these superstars on the roster. They are not close to contending. And frankly, when you look at their playoff results, it's probably a fallacy to think that they were contending. even while having 100+ point seasons. They never got over the hump. So I don't know why there's this fascination with hanging on to the glory of big name, big salary players when the results really kind of speak for themselves.
Is this being done right now, or do they wait for the 4 games here before the Olympic break?
Well, I think the smart play would be to take care of the obvious first. Before having the existential questions, make some deals for Scott Lawton, Bobby McMahon, Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Get those pieces off of your plate so that if you want to have the larger conversations over the break, do it then. And not everything needs to be done by March 6th to really retool or overhaul your group. Have the framework conversations. Understand who's interested. Understand who may be interested in the summer. Lay the groundwork for what could be franchise-altering trades in the offseason by getting out in front and engaging in some of those talks now.
You know, Bobby McMahon, we've been talking about him on this show for 2 years, Frank. Some people, yeah, well, we've only been on for 2.5 years, Frank. So, but some people think just because the Leafs have gone a little bit south, they think that his name with Edmonton and the Oilers is quite linked. You know, again, this is a guy because of his history with Bonnyville and being a local guy. We've been singing his praises and what he can do and offer a team here for quite a while. Is it just smoke here or again with Edmonton or what?
Probably not smoke. I mean, probably is smoke, I should say. I don't know that we have evidence of a fire just yet, but look, this is let's pick up the trail of breadcrumbs from Bob Stauffer, who leaves them regularly on a show. A winger with size and scoring ability. I mean, he seems to check a bunch of those boxes. I mean, it would have been nice if Trent Frederick was that guy. That would have made life a lot easier. And scoring ability, it would have been nice if, Mangiapane could have put something together. But this is a guy who's been pretty consistent and offers you a little bit of versatility in your middle six. So stylistically, is he a fit? Yeah, I think he is.
Hey, the stadium.
Probably
Pardon
not.
me. Sorry,
Is he
go
an
on.
absolute perfect fit? I don't know about that.
Yeah. The Stadium Series game this weekend, Frank, to close things out basically before the break. Victor Hedman, is he going to be good to go for Tampa or what?
I think that was the thought process that he was trending toward that magical. I mean, look what Gary Bettman has done, concocting the weather in South Florida. I mean,
What is it? -2 or something?
They might be having snow for the first time since 1977 on Sunday morning. Snow flurries. I'm not kidding.
I know.
That's
Yeah.
what's in the forecast. They're below freezing with their overnight lows on Saturday night into Sunday. You could not make it up if you tried.
Usually when Gary enters a room, the temperature increases. It's hotter than hell.
Depends
It's a
on
little different.
who's in the room, I guess.
Well, if
Might
you're in
get
the
pretty icy.
things get a little toasty if you're in the room, big guy.
That's just largesse, like physical lard.
Do you have to pick the kids up from school today, Frank?
I do, yes. And then have a game this evening as well.
And a game.
Yeah.
You're gonna have nothing left in the tank by the end of the week here, big guy.
That's what I felt like this morning getting out of bed. I was like, really? It's only Thursday?
And then how many games you got this weekend for coaching?
Just one.
Oh. Where's that at?
That's a home game, so that'll be easy. And then, I mean, nothing else happening, not the trade deadline and leaving for Milan next Saturday either. It's like,
So I was gonna say next Saturday is when you leave?
yes.
And how long are you there for?
17 days.
Wow.
I guess my wife's getting her money's worth now with me taking these trips to school because she's going to be by herself for a while.
I thought you'd be taking her.
She might make a visit with the kids.
Oh, really? Not a boy. Hey, Frank, you got the Duke next week because I'm taking a couple days off. So,
Oh, we prefaced all this with that. You're taking days off?
yeah, first time this year.
I mean, yeah, it's only January. I mean, you couldn't have waited till the break, the Olympic break.
Well, I'm actually going to be back. I'll be back in time for the Olympics. So,
But that's the time to take time off. Like, I mean, especially for those preliminary round games. If Canada doesn't win by 5 in each of them, we're gonna have an issue.
I just didn't want to leave the Duke hanging over the Olympics. So, have a good one, Frank. We'll talk to you in a little bit.
You too. See ya.
Frank Cervalli from Victory Plus TV. And our headliner of the day brought to you by Mr. Rooter, your top defense pairing against leaks. That's mrrooter.ca. You know, I know the commutes can be, even around here, commuting is a big thing. Duke, when you go to Delburne, this is basically you going to Delburne twice a day.
Every day. Yeah, like there and back every day. Well, to Red Deer and back every day. Because what Frank say, an hour and a half, right?
Hour and a half, so 3 hours.
So from here on the West End to Red Deer and back every day is what it would be.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it.
So, like, while he's doing it,
I had to do it like 4 times in 6 days last week, and that nearly put me at my wit's end.
Yeah. You know, I can't even say, I shouldn't even have mentioned that. Real Duke. Well, Montana to Rice, a couple of days off. He's off for the whole week.
Well, Frank will only notice him away a couple days.
Yes.
Tuesday and Thursday.
Blair says, more time off? Why don't we change the name of the show to the part-time show? Occasionally starring KK.
Well, not all of us are part-time.
How about this? The Real Duke's my only friend. Good morning. Safe passage, KK, on your well-deserved break. Now in Duke's wide world of sports and life.
Yeah, I said it was well-deserved.
Yeah.
Yesterday or the day before, whenever we were talking about it.
I wonder what the over-under will be, how many times I get cut.
I'll try and keep track, and you can guess when you get back. But between this 4-hour show for 6 days, and if it is a full 6 appearances on sports over at K97, what would you set the over under at?
50.
Oh, that's high, Kevin.
So it's every day over there. That's 6.
Okay,
at least. Well, and you got to add in low tide.
Yeah, but I can't track that.
Okay. Yeah. Josh says he can track it. So
Josh should get a graphic going. He just keeps
Monday,
on the side of the screen all the time. Knocks against Karius. Live tracker.
Another friend, Roland. KK deserves 8 weeks a year.
That's a lot of weeks.
That's teacher category, man. When we come back, we'll get to more of your texts, 833-401-1440. It's the Kevin Carey Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick, and Mac the Intern on Sports 1440 AM radio. We are streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique, family-owned, independent liquor store. The selection, incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at EdmontonExpoCenter.com today.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey Culligan, I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.ca.
The new double cheesy melt at McDonald's. We're talking 2 juicy, mouth-watering 100% Canadian beef patties, 2 slices of cheesy goodness, with even more melty, cheesy sauce on top. Topped with pickles, then crispy and grilled onions. The way it all comes together, you don't just eat it, you melt into it. The double cheesy melt, only at McDonald's. For a limited time only at participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
hot coffee, hotter takes, and the sports stories that matter. Check out Kevin Karius weekday mornings from 7 to 11 on Edmonton's sports leader, Sports 1440. Be part of the conversation. 833-401-1440.
When picking a New Year's resolution, try to avoid things you have no influence over.
Like bringing home the cup? That would be awesome.
But completely outside your control. Instead, pick something you can control, like bringing home some Wilhauk beef jerky.
That would also be awesome. But what if we brought the cup home to Canada and it was filled with Wilhauk beef jerky?
Okay, I'll allow it.
Wilhauk beef jerky, only available in Leduc. Get yours today, because you don't win cups with salad.
The job won't wait. Why should you? At AWS Welding Supplies and Repairs, conveniently located in Nisku, we've got everything you need to get it done. From product sales to servicing and calibrating machines, we're your one-stop shop. We're a proud, locally owned and operated business, committed to serving our community with a proven track record of customer service. Don't let a broken tool slow you down. We offer fast repairs and free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, Nisku, and South Edmonton. AWS Welding. We make it happen.
Invest for today and tomorrow. Vision Credit Union makes it simple with 2 RRSP options to fit your goals. Choose a secured term deposit RRSP with guaranteed returns or a mutual fund RRSP offering higher growth potential with exciting opportunities. With an RRSP, you'll save on your income tax, grow your investments tax-free, and get closer to your dreams. Whether it's retirement or your first home, the deadline to qualify for 2025 tax deductions is March 2nd. Learn more at visioncu.ca.
Sports 1440. All sports, all day.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Thanks for listening to Edmonton's sports leader.
Probably waiting for a while, huh? Still one of the best drum solos going.
Oh, arguably the best.
Outstanding. Welcome back to the big program, 844 in Edmonton. I have a question for you, and I appreciate Nails, our good buddy Nails. Any of the people that judge you for your time off should have to inform you of their time off, and then you could ridicule them. I love it. LOL. Have a great trip. Thanks, Nails. So, and I was going to ask about this probably today at some point, but while I'm away next week, are we going to have the first update for Mac the Intern next week?
Yes, but it'll probably come on Fantasy Frenzy because we tried to this time around with our practicum student get a little more structure,
right?
In terms of how their time will be spent over the 3.5 months. So tomorrow will actually probably be Mackenzie's last day on the morning show.
Really? Well, I'll miss you.
She is going to make her in or out debut today with Laddie. I think almost every intern that has done in or out on the morning show has done. I've fed them to the wolves with Laddie.
Now, are these your questions for in or out, Mac? Or
she's doing the 5th one. So she wrote the 5th one, and she'll do that, and then maybe I know Donovan sometimes struggles, so perhaps tomorrow she will tandem the segment with Donovan. Maybe even Josh will get on the mix, and between the three of them, they can come up with five bangers for a Friday for Eddie and I.
Well, I can tell you, Mac, you've already passed test number 1 with Laddie because it's a food question. Because if it's not a food question, if it's not a food question, then he's going to snap.
I
snap on you. Never mind.
I told her, I said, I was like, you don't have to do a food question, but if you don't, Laddie will complain. I said, so if you're okay with that, feel free to pursue whatever topic you want. But just heed warning.
MTR says, who's producing next week? Donnie P.
I informed Donovan of that on Tuesday.
Really? And he wasn't unsure?
I said, Donnie, so you're good for Friday and then next week? He's like, what?
Oh, jeez.
Listen, he doesn't have anything else going on. And he'll only, because obviously the Oilers' schedule wraps pretty quickly here.
Yeah.
Next week, he won't have any, or maybe one tough switchover from the late night to the next morning. It'll be like just the Leafs game, will it not be?
Well, then back to back with Calgary, right? So you go to Calgary, Leafs, and then Calgary.
Oh, right.
So
I forgot the road game was still in our same time zone.
MTR says Josh can ask why Doncic is so good on in or out tomorrow.
Oh, don't worry. I'll have a great answer for him. He's got the body of a champion.
I mean, that's just, to be honest with you, I got home yesterday and said, why was everyone laughing about, during the segment, the question? And Laura said she never really heard, but she wanted to understand, she wanted me to explain. And I said, well, no matter how long you've done this and been in this business, you can do 1 million shows, you can do whatever. And this leads to whatever with that Brendan dude coming at me for 10 texts for saying apparently 3 years instead of 3 million. You will make mistakes and you will have times when your tongue is tied and you will try to spit something out and you can't do it, or it just doesn't come out the way you want it.
Right.
And now that happened to Josh. And now just wait. I hope all three of you have a distinguished broadcasting career. And I hope someday when you end up doing a one-on-one interview with someone that is maybe high profile, as you said, Mackenzie, with Connor McDavid, you've seen him many times. Now you're looking at him from however far away and you're going, oh my goodness, look at where I am, what I'm doing. There will be a time when all three of you end up doing a one-on-one interview with someone that is of a higher profile, maybe a well-established athlete, and you're going to start your interview and you're going to go, oh my God, what am I doing? Or maybe that question didn't come out the way I wanted it to.
Right.
And then it can even get worse because you can do the same thing in a scrum and you might ask a question and it doesn't come out the right way. And there are 15 reporters looking at you and going, who the hell is this person?
Yeah.
What is this person saying? What is this person doing? And that's just the way things go. That is the business. And that's what all three of you, I hope, get to enjoy. And you will be, I can guarantee you will be, if that happens to you in a scrum and you get those eyes looking at you, you will have your hand on the microphone, squeezing it a little tighter than normal, or you'll be biting your tongue going and you'll be thinking, what did I just say? Or how did that relay to the athlete, to the person, whatever. And that's the way it is.
That's the way she goes, for sure. And I will say this, Kevin, in your defense, and you once again referenced that text that, had to try and clarify you misspoke. You just, you mixed up the year and the money, essentially. You said this many years when it should have been this many dollars, etc. You don't get very many texts in when you rattle off, when you pull one of your great stats from the annals of history that nobody knows about, but you just have the tip of your tongue ready to go. You don't get any credit for when you say that out correctly, but it's almost human nature and is unfortunate, but we love to point out mistakes by people. It's just how it is.
Yeah, that's what people wait for.
Exactly.
It's the same.
People want to see you fail,
It's
even
same
if it's
thing
as
on the
minor
ice.
as a misspeak.
And I mean, we can talk about it. Just a guy like Evan Bouchard, he can make 10 plays.
That's right.
And make one really bad play. And that's what everyone talks and thinks about and says. And that's how it goes. Penhold Ryan in Penhold says, TV production in Lethbridge College back in 2000. Wow. He was at the top prospects game, ended up having a one-on-one with both Don Cherry and Bobby Orr. It's a memory I'll never forget. Well, wouldn't that be cool?
Very.
It's funny how he says that because I only got to meet Don Cherry once and only got to meet Bobby Orr once. Never had the chance to interview them, either of them, but they would be two at the very top of the list of guys that I've never had the chance to interview. So that's kind of cool that Ryan got to do that. Text 833-401-1440. Greater Man Jay says we're talking about time off. Morning, guys. 20 years in the industry. I've managed 6 weeks a year vacation. That's good. My wife gets 9 weeks, and she's been at NAIT for 25 years. She doesn't use them all. I just don't understand. I wonder if she can carry them over year to year.
And then just retire 3 years early.
Well, that's the key. If you can do that. Do you think we can carry him over here, Duke?
No, because I don't think anybody's exactly writing them down and keeping track.
Well,
just
mine. Just mine.
Yeah. No, the people at home have their like the giant calendar up on the wall, the old school version. Yeah. And there's nothing on it except marked down when Karius takes time off. Yeah, whether it be a singular day before Christmas, January the 2nd on a Friday, or here a full week plus one for his annual trip to Mexico.
Yeah. Speaking of attendance, Duke, that just triggered a flashback for me when I was in college briefly. And we had a guy in our class named Dave Ware. And I can't remember the instructor's name, Montgomery or something like that. She was the head of the program back at Mount Royal. And we kind of did attendance. Like she'd say, so-and-so, yeah, you here, whatever. And she said, Dave Ware. And I don't know if she didn't hear him correctly. And she said, "Where are you, Dave?" And he went, "That is correct." And everyone started. I just thought it was kind of funny. Anyway.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Text 833-401-1440. Oh man, Blair, you're terrible. I can't even think about going there. Isn't that awful?
Like, why are you texting that in?
Terrible.
We don't need to know that.
Okay. Tom says, "Hey Kevin, I bet you have a clear memory of that goose egg you laid at some point of your career. Interesting to hear about it. Thanks, Tom, and enjoy the holiday." Goose egg, does that mean he's like something a bad blunder? Is that what that?
Yeah, like what you just explained, like that moment where in a scrum you misspeak, you don't get it out properly, you get a little tongue tied. Because that's another thing that's inherently human, is when you do make a mistake, it consumes you.
Yes.
Right. And you will almost never forget. Now, some people are better than others at putting those aside and remembering their highs and their peaks as well. But do you have that memory clear in your mind of the most egregious mistake that you made in this type of scenario, one-on-one interview, scrum, whatever the case?
100%. And it's 35 years ago. And I was just starting out. And this is 100% true. There's only one copy of this, and it was in television. It was live TV. It was back in Yorkton. There's only one copy of this out there that I believe is still there. And it was a live sportscast. And this is what I said. No, I said, I'll say this is what I was supposed to say. This is what I was supposed to say. And I mixed up the consonants. Okay. So and it was the NFL playoffs coming up. And I said, San Francisco needs a win to stay in the wild card hunt. And I mixed up all the consonants.
The wild hard.
Yeah, I think you can.
I'll let everyone else's imagination and context clues, logic fill in the rest. But
and people in the studio were shocked, stunned. The news anchor almost fell.
The guys your producers over behind the camera and just dropped their
all of them
clipboards.
did.
Like
they all did. They
pure
could barely
shock.
go to break. The news anchor Elizabeth Popowich almost fainted. Like that's how bad it was. And I mean, holy cow!
Too bad. Yeah, but now looking back, can you have a chuckle?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And I never use those words at all anymore. Like I'll say playoff position.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta choose your words wisely when you're writing your casts.
Absolutely. Top of the hour, we got Jared Dubin from CBS Sports. We'll chat a little NFL, maybe revisit Bill Belichick from the other day and everything like that. Before that, time now for a Sports 14 update. Brought to you by First Round. You betcha. And Super Bowl Sunday is going to be great. We got a table for 6 that will be given away. We got 3 more to do that. And you could win up to $3,000 in a home theater. And it's an unreal afternoon. The Duke will be doing some of that next week, even on this show and Fantasy Frenzy. So First Round Super Bowl party, it's going to be absolutely amazing. Here is the Duke.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
Just 3 games in the NHL last night. Andre Palat in his first goal as a member of the Islanders. They beat the Rangers 5-2. And for the Rangers, Artemi Panarin not playing the game and will reportedly sit out the remainder of the schedule heading into the Olympic break for roster management purposes. Elsewhere, Blue Jackets over the Flyers 5-3, and the Avalanche lose to the Senators in Ottawa 5-2. The Edmonton Oil Kings on the road in Calgary. They lose also by a score of 5-2. And final night of the PWHL schedule before the Olympic break. Montreal blanking Toronto 3-0. New York losing to Boston 4-3 in a shootout. Ottawa doubling up on Seattle 4-2. And Vancouver lost in Minnesota 4-1. In the association, busy night. Toronto losing to the Knicks 119-92. Victor Wembanyama with 28 points propels the Spurs to a 111-99 win over Houston. And LeBron's potentially final game in Cleveland. Lakers lose 129-99 at the hands of the Cavaliers. Scotty's Tournament of Hearts draw 16 underway this morning. Selena Sturmay's Alberta rink currently going up against New Brunswick. They lead at the break. Elsewhere, Manitoba's Beth Peterson taking on Nunavut. The other Alberta rink, Kayla Strillick playing Newfoundland. And Northern Ontario going up against PEI. Overnight at the Australian Open women's singles semifinal, Alina Rybakina defeating Jessica Pegula in straight sets, and world number 1 Arina Sabalenka through to the finals after defeating Svitolina also in straight sets. Coming up in hour 3 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Jared Dubin from CBS Sports covering the NFL, and our Thursday co-host, former NHL defenseman Ladislav Schmid. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
This is Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Hey, Edmonton, did you know a local Play Alberta winner scored over $500,000 on Mega Jackpot's Ocean Bells? Think about the season tickets you could lock down with that kind of cash. From major casino winners every hour to jackpots worth millions and hundreds of popular games to money that stays in the province, there's never been a better time to sign up for Play Alberta. Download the app today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. When you gamble, use your game sense.
Get the lowdown with Low Tide. Weekdays from noon to 2 on Sports 1440. He's seen it all and then some. From stats to stories, he breaks it down like no one else. Proud to be Edmonton sports leader. Sports 1440.
Top quality flooring, locally owned, and Canadian products from Beaulieu. Yeah, that's CFI.
CFI what?
No, CFI. Custom Floors, Inc.
From free estimate to professional installation, contact Custom Floors Inc. at customfloorsinc.ca.
Remember 2025? That's so last year. But seriously, St. Albert Dodge needs to clear some 2025 models off the lot to make room for new inventory. So they're having a huge clear out of all the remaining new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Saharas. The Sahara package is the best seller, so they have a great selection to choose from and priced from as low as $59,900. I don't have to tell you, these are going to go fast. So get there before they are gone. Just head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Missioner Allen Auctioneering's Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg Public Unreserved Equipment Auction is this Friday at 9 a.m. featuring graders, forklifts, wheel loaders, man lifts, mini excavators, skid steers, telehandlers, plus commercial trailers and sea cans. Info at maauctions.com.
Crave is home to the reality hits everyone is talking about,
The stakes are high and trust is low.
including the Emmy-winning series, The Traitors.
The gloves are off, and we're going to be throwing haymakers right from the beginning.
Get ready for even more murder and mayhem from celebrity contestants like Mama Kelsey and Lisa Rinna.
I'm going to play this game in a way that no one's ever played it.
The Traitors. Stream now on Crave. Subscribe at crave.ca.
Missioner Allen Auctioneering's next Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg Public Unreserved Industrial Auctions are this Thursday and Friday. These major events include multiple lanes selling a large section of multi-purpose trucks, equipment, and commercial trailers. Info at maauctions.com.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 9:01 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne with you. We've got Josh Fenwick and Mac the intern in our Sports 1440 studios here at West Edmonton Mall. Time to talk a little NFL football with Jared Dubin from CBS Sports. Good morning, Jared. You're with Kevin Karius. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning. Really appreciate it.
Hey, thank you for having me.
So I don't want to spend a bunch of time on it, just with Bill Belichick and everything that happened with the first ballot snub with the Hall of Fame. Just what's your perspective on it with all the reaction? And now too, Jared, a couple of writers here have come out and said, know that have voted as well, that were on the voting panel, and explained why they didn't. Maybe just give us a kind of an overall opinion on what you've seen here in the last couple of days.
It's unbelievable. I can't understand it really on any level whatsoever. I don't know that there's a justification that makes any sense for not voting for him.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you can only vote for 3 of the 5 contributors that are in the mix for one of those spots, I don't know how one of them would not be Bill Belichick. It doesn't make any sense to me. The idea that he is not unanimous is pretty crazy, and to not make it at all, I mean, I just don't get it. Like, there's not much more to say than that. It doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm. You know, and I think there'll be more and more people that get revealed here. Do you think they'll lose their voting privileges?
I don't know about that. The Hall of Fame is very opaque.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they would take people's votes away for not voting for a specific person. It seems more likely that they might take people's votes away for revealing who they voted for and didn't vote for in public, because you're not supposed to do that. And the Hall of Fame gets, queasy about stuff like that.
Yeah. How big of a black mark do you think this is for the Hall of Fame?
I don't know that it necessarily is a black mark for the Hall of Fame. It's just one of those extremely odd results. Like, it's not like Bill Belichick isn't going to get into the Hall of Fame. The idea that he's not on the first ballot is a little ridiculous, but he's still obviously going to get in, and it wouldn't make sense for him to not get in at some point.
All right. I think we spent enough time on that, because I'm sure you've been talking about it for a couple of days here. Jared Dubin from CBS Sports with us on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. What did you make of the Todd Monken hire in Cleveland, and how everything kind of shook down there with Jim Schwartz and everything? And what do you think happens moving forward here, Jared?
It's a really interesting hire, because the Browns seem like they're in a sort of reset mode, and they went and hired a 60-year-old first-time head coach, which is not something that you usually see. And I'm not sure what to think about it. Like, Monken has been thought of as a potential head coach for a few years now, given his work as, previously an offensive coordinator in the league, and then the offensive coordinator at Georgia, and then the offensive coordinator for the last 3 years in Baltimore. So it makes sense that he would get some sort of opportunity. But I would have thought that his opportunity would come with a team that was like more ready to win and just wanted to supercharge their offense. For it to happen with the Browns is really interesting and really unexpected, especially given what he said about the Browns when he was the offensive coordinator there, I think like 6 or 7 years ago. And he talked about how big of a mess it was there. I thought that was really interesting, something that I saw yesterday. I think that Ben Solak from ESPN pointed out. So that was an interesting development. The Jim Schwartz part, I mean, I can understand why he might be a little bit salty about it, because it had seemed like he might have been the front runner, and then all of a sudden Monken sort of swoops in from, he's maybe not one of the top 2 candidates that he gets the job, but Schwartz is going to land as a defensive coordinator somewhere. Maybe it'll be Cleveland, maybe it'll be somewhere else, but he's one of the best defensive coordinators in the league. He's going to get a job.
Do you think is it like a 50-50 he stays in Cleveland, or is he on his way out?
I wish I knew the answer to that. Honestly, I don't have personally any information on that front.
Mm-hmm. And do you think also, I mean, he was a head coach in Detroit. Is he looking at this maybe going, he's almost damn near 60 years old, and he's thinking, well, maybe this was one of my last times that I'm going to have this opportunity. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like I said, like it's not that usual these days for 60-plus-year-old head coaches to get jobs. Yeah. He obviously had a chance previously, so he wouldn't be a first-time head coach like Monken is. But, you look at John Harbaugh as a 60-plus-year-old head coach, Jim Harbaugh, 60-plus-year-old head coach. Those guys got jobs recently, but he's in a different sort of tier than those guys are, and maybe not thought of the same way, it might have been his last chance, or at least one of his last chances to get another head coaching try.
Jared Dubin from CBS Sports, our guest on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. So I guess we got a couple of coaching spots open left in Arizona and Vegas. Clint Kubiak's name obviously has been surfacing around in the last several weeks. Is there a better fit for coach to team to coach? And do you think that he is for sure going to be named one of these teams' head coach?
I think for me, the better fit is probably the Raiders. Just when you look at, they're probably getting Fernando Mendoza in the draft, and we've seen the type of quarterbacks that have had success in the, Shanahan McVay style offense that he's part of. And Fernando Mendoza is a guy who fits that offense extremely well. And I think that, you heard Tom Brady talking about Clint Kubiak and the way that he was able to scheme up his offense against the Rams defense throughout that NFC Championship game. It seems like they're probably pretty high on him. So to me, that's probably the better fit for him, just from the variety of factors.
Yeah. Then what does that leave with Arizona, you think? What's a fit for them then?
Man, I don't know. It seems like all of the best candidates have been sort of picked over. I know that they've been, interested. I think they interviewed Mike LaFleur, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah. Chris Shula is still out there. The Rams defensive coordinator is still out there. The QB coach and passing game coordinator. There are still obviously a bunch of defensive potential head coaches out there. This seemed like a defensive heavy cycle, and obviously not all of them have been able to get jobs. So there are plenty of potential coaches on that side of the ball, but they also just did that with Jonathan Gannon. So they may not want to go like a first-time defensive head coach again. Usually, like, you see teams go in a different direction from the coach that they just had. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. I don't know off the top of my head, because it seems like the candidates have been really picked over, which makes sense because there have been 10 openings this offseason and 8 of them are already filled.
Yeah, and when you say that with the 10 openings, are you surprised, or is there a concern that these two teams, and even Cleveland, if you want to throw them into that mix, that 3 of the teams that have poorer records are late to the trough here in naming their head coach, especially Arizona and Vegas?
Yeah, there's definitely concern, but it's also like, just because you're an early actor doesn't necessarily mean that you acted the right way. It obviously means that you get your earlier choice, but the earlier choices might not be the best ones necessarily. So you could sort of luck into someone who has more success.
Before we get to the Super Bowl next week, I just wanted to maybe get your thoughts on one more coaching job that was filled, and that's in Buffalo with Joe Brady. Is that something that you thought would happen, especially how everything shook down with McDermott and everything like that? And what kind of a job do you think that Brady's going to do here?
I was a little bit surprised. Like, I thought that he was definitely going to be in the mix for the job, which makes sense given the way the offense has done under him since he took over for Ken Dorsey. But it really seems like the way that they handled this, they just thought Sean McDermott was like the thing holding them back, and nothing else needed to change. Yeah. And that's really, really interesting. And it's sort of clear that Brandon Beane won a power struggle with Sean McDermott and just decided that he just wants to go in-house and not change much of anything other than the guy at the top of the organizational chart. And how that's going to work out, I don't necessarily know. You got to see who they hire as their defensive coordinator, whether Brady changes anything about the offense, and if he was just sort of running the offense the way that McDermott wanted him to. Obviously, the personnel has to change quite a bit there because they weren't able to do the type of things that they wanted to do. And then defensively, the personnel has sort of atrophied over the years too. That's the big thing to me with Buffalo, is that the personnel has just gotten worse over the last several years. So the way they handled everything with firing McDermott, but keeping the general manager and even promoting the general manager and keeping basically everything the same except for the head coach is just so fascinating to me.
Jared Dubin from CBS Sports, our guest on Sports 1440, the Kevin Karius Show. It's 9/11 in Edmonton. So Super Bowl 60 is, a week and a half away. I think the biggest story, or one of them, is going to be the quarterback comparison here. Jared, not sure if you agree with that, but how much would this mean to a guy like Sam Darnold to come out on top in this game after everything that he's gone through, from being in New York with the Jets to everywhere else and not being retained in Minnesota last year.
Yeah, I mean, it would be one of the wildest stories ever. Like just the path that he's gone on throughout his career, like you said, with the Jets, and then he goes to the Panthers, and it's sort of a disaster in both places. Goes to the 49ers and is the backup, and then goes to the Vikings. Like just a long and winding path. And then over the last 2 years, he's just been one of the better quarterbacks in the league. Like, you know, I don't know if you can say he's a top 10 quarterback or something like that, but he's certainly gotten those type of results, and it helps that he's been put in very good position to succeed by Kevin O'Connell and then by Clint Kubiak. But I mean, he played arguably the game of his life, or the best game of his career, in that game against the Rams on Sunday, and he's got to do it again against the Patriots defense that has been really good throughout the playoffs, and then just really good in general whenever Milton Williams has been on the field, and having him back has sort of taken them to another level.
Man, I mean, the addition or the return of Williams, how much do you think that's had an effect on this team, and how much do you think it'll have an effect come Super Bowl Sunday?
Oh, just a massive effect. Like, especially against the run. They were so bad against the run when he was out, and they're so good against the run when he plays. And then obviously he's able to provide interior pressure to complement what they get on the edge from the guys that they brought in throughout the offseason. And that's just so huge to be able to get both interior and exterior pressure. And he's just such a dominant force in the middle of the line. And obviously they're going to need to be able to stop the run to sort of force the Seahawks into defined passing situations. Their pure drop back game is not nearly as good as their play action drop back game. And what they want to do is they want to get into those run situations so they can hit you with the play action pass and get JSN going all over the field. So being able to stop the run would be obviously a huge key for the Patriots.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, the Patriots turnaround, when you think about their record prior 2 seasons to this, Clint, being 8-26, can you believe that they've turned this around that quickly in New England?
Not quite this quickly, you know, like I think I was listening to a podcast earlier this week, and it was like the over under for the season was 8.5 wins. So people expected a little bit of a turnaround and potentially a playoff team, but to go all the way to 14-3, and I think there's something like 14-1 or 15-1 in their last 14 or 15 games is just incredible. And obviously the schedule has played a big role in that, but you play the teams that are in front of you, and they've beaten 3 good teams in the playoffs, you know, with 3 really, really good defenses. The offense hasn't been up to the same par that it was during the regular season, but the defense has been incredible in keeping those offenses down.
How do you describe the head coaching matchup in this one, Jared, where Mike Macdonald's sort of a calmer, cooler guy, and Mike Vrabel can be, you know, a little more animated and into it, I guess?
Yeah, I think that the real matchup, you know, is schematically between Mike Macdonald and Josh McDaniels, who are going to be the ones really going against each other, because Macdonald obviously and Vrabel are both defensive leaning head coaches, and Vrabel has had Terrell Williams has been out for the most of this season, or I think all of this season, while he deals with health issues, and Zach Kerr has been calling the defenses for them. So the schematic matchup is going to be between McDonald and McDaniels, which is a really fascinating one. McDonald might be the best defensive play caller in the league right now, and that defense is just full of absolute banshees that are all over the place every second of the game. And McDaniels, obviously throughout the regular season, was able to dial up consistently explosive plays throughout the regular season, but they haven't been able to get those in the playoffs. And the Seahawks just don't give up explosive plays. And that's sort of the basis of what the Patriots need to do offensively. So figuring out what that's going to look like is going to be one of the biggest keys in the game.
Well, Jared Dubin, give us a little prediction. What are you thinking? I think the spread's 4.5. Who do you like? Someone covering, someone not? And have you got a Super Bowl MVP?
Yeah, we sent in our predictions earlier this week, and I went with the Seahawks to win and cover. I just think that defense is so good, and it's going to be too difficult for the Patriots to really score on them. As far as an MVP, man, I mean, it's almost always the quarterback. So you probably just got to go with Sam Darnold if you're picking the Seahawks to win.
Appreciate your time, Jared. Enjoy the Super Bowl, and here we go. Another football season's almost come to a conclusion. Man, it goes like by in the blink of an eye. Really appreciate you coming on. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for having me. Have a good day.
That's Jared Dubin from CBS Sports, talking a little NFL football. So he has, and again, I mean, most people usually take a quarterback for an MVP. It would have to be an incredible game by the likes of someone like a JSN or Kenny Walker. For the most part, it usually is an offensive player. If you're thinking if somehow New England can win this game, then who are you going with? Probably going with the quarterback for sure. After that, maybe it is. Maybe somehow a defensive player has, a pick six and maybe something else, whatever, great coverage or a defensive forced fumble and a recovery for a touchdown. You never know how things can go. When we come back, we'll get to some of your texts, 833-401-1440, and awaiting the arrival of one Ladislav Schmid to talk about, his big Shoresy night. He's got a lot to talk about regarding one Ben Scrivens, apparently. That's all straight ahead on the Kevin Carey Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick, and Mac the Intern on Sports 1440 AM radio. We are streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Hear ye, hear ye. Dragon fruit has returned to Booster Juice. Prepare thyself for the legendary alchemy of the Dragon Slayer smoothie, Pink Dragon Booster Mixer, and Dragon Booster Ball. Does the dragon taste like chicken? Nay, Booster Juice uses only delicious tropical dragon fruit. No dragons are harmed. Get thee to Booster Juice before dragon fruit vanishes once more.
Booster Juice, Canadian-born, blending since 1999.
The future of female hockey is here. It's season 2 of the Female Super League, the first ever female-only independent hockey division in Western Canada, with teams from British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. Featuring 16U, 14U, and 12U divisions, the FSL brings showcase weekends packed with thrilling games, and our 14U and 16U have been pioneering the advanced body checking rule, empowering young players. The Female Super League, where the best in female hockey takes center ice. Details at femalesuperleague.com.
Made for some rough roads, but it means trails are now packed and ready for action. Don't miss out on riding adventures this winter with a Ski-Doo from Riverside Honda and Ski-Doo. Work or play with new 2026 Generation 5 models with class-leading design and power. And right now, take advantage of 5.99% financing OAC. Only at Riverside Honda and Ski-Doo. 15 Inglewood Drive in St. Albert. And always at riversidehonda.com. Shop local, shop Canadian.
The Bricks Friends and Family Sale is back. And for 4 days, we're extending our VIP offers to everyone. Get up to 30% off sofas, sectionals, bedroom, and dining furniture. Up to 40% off select mattresses. Plus, receive a 5% instant credit towards sleep accessories when you buy a mattress $7.99 or more. And buy more, save more. Get up to $1,000 off select major appliances. Some exclusions apply. See in-store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Exciting news from St. Albert Dodge. The all-new 2026 Jeep Gladiator Sport packages have arrived. They have a great selection and a bunch of colors to choose from. And if you've checked out the Sport, you know it comes in some fun colors. Rugged capability, practical off-road features, and you can get behind the wheel for as low as $49,900. That's right. Put yourself in a brand new Jeep Gladiator Sport for less than $50,000. What more can you ask for? Time to head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Big guests, bigger takes. Jason Greger brings the names you know and the stories you don't. Weekdays, 2 to 6 on Sports 1440. Don't miss a minute of the action on Edmonton's sports leader, Sports 1440.
New Year's resolutions. We all make them. We all say we're going to start eating healthier or going to the gym or starting that new hobby. But at GS Construction, we actually follow through on our New Year's resolution because it's the same every year. We promise to set the groundwork, literally, for another year of progress and growth. And we've stuck by that resolution since 1974. So start that all-you-can-eat diet. GS Construction is going to start planning right now for the year ahead. For more on what we do, visit gsconstruction.ca.
Weekly NFL giveaways, drink specials, huge screen TVs. The hits keep coming at First Round, Edmonton's NFL headquarters. Watch NFL football at First Round, and you could win a trip to your favorite NFL city for a regular season game next season. Catch NFL action Thursday nights, all day Sunday, starting with the Pro Bowl brunch from 10:30 to 2. Then Monday night with half-price boneless wings after 6 p.m. First Round, burgers, beer, sports. Downtown and Bourbon Street, West Edmonton Mall.
Need a new ride for road trips, errands, or just life on the go?
Go Auto offers a massive selection with over 15,000 new and used vehicles to choose from. With over 70 locations across Western Canada, finding your next ride has never been easier. Whether it's a roomy SUV for the family, a sleek car for the open road, or a rugged truck for your weekend adventures, you'll find it here at a price you'll love. Explore thousands of vehicles today at goauto.ca.
Winter in Alberta doesn't mess around.
And neither does Titan Supply.
For over 50 years, we've earned the trust of our customers across a variety of industries.
Because we lead with integrity,
honesty,
and respect.
I'm Joe.
And I'm Brent from Titan Supply. When the weather hits hard,
we're fully stocked with rigging, lifting, and hauling gear that works as hard as you do.
Titan Supply.
Built on trust, driven by safety.
Serving Edmonton, Grand Prairie, Red Deer, and Calgary.
Let us help you face the weather the Titan way.
Visit titansupply.ca.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 923 in Edmonton. Text rolling in at 833-401-1440. Jay in Victorious is on the topic of being tongue-tied. Got to go to the Oilers locker room a few years ago when he was coaching Craig McTavish's kid, Sean, in minor hockey. That would have been cool. I met Alice Hemsky. Couldn't even say my name. Just hello. How embarrassing. That's the way she goes. Well, Mac the intern, so you saw Connor McDavid the other day. Would you say you were tongue-tied? Were you in awe, embarrassed? Not all of the above? Not embarrassed, but just...
In awe, for sure.
Awe, yeah.
Yeah. I was, like, trying to get, like, some content for our socials and stuff, and I was just trying to make sure that, like, my audio and video, like, was coming out okay. So I was, like, two-handing my phone, didn't say a word, just watched quietly.
Yeah, well, it's funny when you're concerned and worried about the technical aspect too. It's a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
And now, especially in the broadcast world, electronic broadcast, a lot of people don't even have cameras anymore, their own camera, man or woman. They don't have that ability. You have to do it yourself, or they call them videographers or things like that. But you have to worry about all the things that normally as a reporter, you never had to worry about. You know, I never had to operate my own camera. So I never had to worry about the other things where guys that were doing a one-on-one and you see them basically with a tiny little camera and trying to ask a question at the same time and watch their levels and their shot angles and their composition, things like that. I'm going to ask Duke and Fenny, out of all the guys, I don't know who Fenny would say who would be his brush with.
Sir. Clearly, he got all diced up just chatting with Paul yesterday. But once again, it happens. No shame or anything. It happens.
All right. Fair enough. Again, I said the words. I kind of have to live with it. It's just the way it is. I got to eat.
You just got to move past it, Josh.
Tiger, just before we ask you guys that, Tiger just had the best text of the year. At least she showed up. Donnie would have left because of no parking.
Good point. Donnie would have rolled into Allendale School and been like, what kind of parking lot is this?
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Duke and Fanny, I'm sure in your brief time on this planet, you must have bumped into someone, Duke, I don't know, president of the 4-H club or something down in Delburne. I don't know.
Like, are we talking about like who I was most awestruck by meeting?
Yeah, maybe meeting or, in the same room or
Kevin Karius.
Oh, stop.
First time I got to meet him, I was stunned. Yeah. I don't know, Josh. I might need a moment to think if you have.
I don't actually, because I was having this conversation just a couple days ago with somebody, and I was trying to think of like who the most famous person I've ever met is, and I'm like, dude, is it Laddie? Like,
well, you'll be glad to hear that in about 5 minutes.
Because it might be Laddie is the most famous person I've ever met.
Yeah.
I guess high school alum. at my high school. He's like a Hallmark actor essentially, but he was also
cool.
he was in the
Hallmark.
Green Arrow show,
Okay.
like Arrow.
So he's an accomplished actor.
So he's an accomplished actor. He owns his own movie studio here now.
So you met him, but did you have a conversation?
Yeah, I had a conversation with him. First time I met this kid, Will Brisbane. Also, he was the voice of Ryder in Paw Patrol, the movie. He dated my sister's best friend for a while.
Wow.
First time I met him, I was like, "This is the guy who's
this guy's Paw Patrol."
No. The first time I met him, I was like, "Is this really the guy who's what doesn't stink?"
Oh yeah.
And I just didn't talk to him, but a good friend of mine, Will, actually just moved to Toronto.
Tight.
Oh yeah, super tight. Like hung out with him all the time.
Yeah. Duke, are you ready? Do you want me to
Yeah, I think there's a number of guys that have come in studio here. And I think, the athletes certainly, are pretty impressive. Guys like Laddie and Schlemmer. But I think growing up, you obviously watch these guys play the game and on your TVs, but you also, at least for me, they're hockey players. And so when you're growing up, you say, well, I'm a hockey player too. Maybe they're kind of just like me. And then, so maybe that takes a little bit of the awestruck nature away.
Yeah.
When Gene Principe came in studio for the first time and I met Gene, that was pretty staggering.
Oh, wow.
Because that's a different level, right? Of he's an actual broadcaster, celebrity, whatever you want to call it, where every Oilers game I've essentially ever watched, he was on the TV.
Yeah, he's been on
right.
everyone.
So outside of that, when I was doing my first summer working in radio after I started at Nate was with CFCW out on the truck, kind of doing some cruising around, getting people entered in contests, stuff like that. And I got to meet Nate Smith. He's a country music singer. He's from the States, not like super big at the time. He was still on the rise up, but he was playing a little private show before playing at K-Days. And I got to go through CFCW and I went up and shook his hand, chatted with him for a few minutes, told him I was like really, really liked his music and I've been following him for a couple of years already. So that was pretty cool. I was also had a few drinks at that point, so the nerves weren't as quite as much of a factor. But
I think I told you this story years ago. I was in the Alzheimer's tournament. So a bunch of NHL alumni were there. So it was cool to see a lot of these guys. I'd met and talked to them before. And there were, there was probably 30 of them. But they also had and he was a goalie, the star from Battlestar Galactica back then. I had no idea who this guy was. I still can't remember his name. But the funny thing was that with all the NHL alumni that was there and all the kids that were there watching, supporting the event, this guy was 100 times more popular than any of the players, any of the NHL players.
Yeah. So you saying that reminds me of the actual most famous person I've ever met because I was at a party with her. I met Tate McRae when I lived in Calgary.
Lordy.
Oh yeah, it was a good fun party. She played beer pong with me. It was fun.
Yeah.
Kevin, do you know who Tate McRae is?
Yes, I do. Yeah,
because she was at the All-Star game a couple years ago.
Yeah, I because she's Calgary.
Yeah,
she's from Calgary. But no, I know who she is. But she was dating Hughes. She is. Well, see,
reportedly dating Jackie.
Are you surprised that I would know this?
I am surprised. And she used to date Cole Sillinger. Blue Jackets prospect. So that's she's had some ties to the NHL side of that. And Kevin, I can't believe you didn't say when you met Chad Kroger.
Yeah, that was.
And you brushed him off like you.
I thought he was a roadie.
And you were the celebrity in that exchange, in that encounter.
Hey, watch you all the time on ITV. Yeah, what do you do here? Are you a roadie? No, I'm the lead singer. Oh, sorry. Hey, this is good too. Slurpy Sean says, I used to deliver furniture back in the day. Went to George Larocque's house. Slurpy Sean goes, well, he's a big guy. Maybe he can take it on. He can meet someone at the bike rack like MTR. 6'4", 245. He says he's never felt so small. And he was a super cool dude. And he tipped us well. Not just offering him a glass of water, Duke. He tipped the movers.
Yeah, that's and I've told this story before too when I bartended a Martin's wedding.
Yeah.
And Ben Hebert and Mark Kennedy were there.
Yeah.
And they tipped quite well at the bar.
Yeah.
And I obviously got to meet Kevin Martin during that exchange as well. But once again, it's almost like in the nature of meeting them, it humanized them because it was at his son's wedding and he was marrying a girl that I've known my whole life, like grew up in Delburne. So it kind of, I don't know, it's weird how it naturalizes the experience a little bit more.
Well, again, we were just telling stories about meeting the most famous people that we've ever met. And Josh Fenwick, he said the most famous person he's ever met, Vladislav Schmid. And he's entered the building right now. He's with us.
National Mustard Day? Mustard?
It's because of my shirt. He thinks it's mustard day. We're back after the break with Laddie Schmid on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne. Josh Fenwick, Mac the Intern on Sports 1440 AM radio. We are streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
When the ground freezes, you wonder how anything can get done. And instead of staying outside in temperatures that would make a polar bear cry, you head inside where it's toasty and warm. But that's not what GS Construction does. Because while the ground freezes above, we plan below, rebuilding and revitalizing the systems that keep our communities working year after year. Now, don't worry. GS Construction promises to do everything safely and efficiently, and we'll wear our extra warm clothing outside. For more on what we do, visit gsconstruction.ca.
Wing Wednesday at First Round. Whether you're coming for the first round, the last round, or a few rounds in between, they've got you covered. With half-price wings every Wednesday night. Half-price wings. Over 35 delicious flavors like Cajun salt and pepper, maple bacon, and Inferno wings. Now half price every Wednesday night. Wash them down with a cold pint of Canadian or Coors Light for only $5.75. Half price Wing Wednesdays at First Round in West Ed and now downtown. First Round, burgers, beer, sports.
Edmonton's only 24-hour-a-day sports radio station can be heard anytime, anywhere. Sports 1440 is streaming on your phone, your tablet, your computer. Download an app today and listen to Sports 1440.
Missioner Allen Auctioneering's Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg Public Unreserved Equipment Auction is this Friday at 9 a.m. featuring graders, forklifts, wheel loaders, man lifts, mini excavators, skid steers, telehandlers, plus commercial trailers and sea cans. Info at maauctions.com.
Debt can take over your life. The stress, the constant worry, it can feel like you're drowning. When people come to see me, they're often anxious and feeling hopeless. But when I explain how I can help them get out of debt, those feelings melt away. I'm Parveen Middleton, licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Edmonton. I will create a personalized debt relief plan so you can move forward with confidence. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to discover your debt-free future.
Missioner Allen Auctioneering's next Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg Public Unreserved Industrial Auctions are this Thursday and Friday. These major events include multiple lanes selling a large section of multi-purpose trucks, equipment, and commercial trailers. Info at maauctions.com.
You're listening to Sports 1440 and watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Sports 24/7. We are Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 9:35 in Edmonton. Man, great weather coming up here in the City of Champions for the next few weeks. She's going to be pretty slushy and the whole bit heading into the weekend and into next week as we welcome in our Thursday co-host, Vladislav Schmid, to the program. Good morning, laddie.
Good morning, Kevin.
Did you have a good drive into work today?
Pretty peaceful.
You know, we had Frank on earlier, and Frank's wife, Sarah Vala, Frank the Tank, and his wife is sick, so he's had to, I think this morning and maybe yesterday, drive his kids to school.
So he doesn't usually do that. Me neither. And?
Well, I said,
he did
okay.
it.
I said, how far is the drive? And he says, well, it's 45 minutes each way. Hour and a half in the morning, hour and a half in the afternoon.
That's what my wife does.
Is that far for you guys too?
Well, it's 25 minutes, but
traffic
is usually 45, 50 sometimes.
Where's the school?
Donnan.
Oh, so you got to go all the way in.
Yeah, so you go through that, gateway or...
Well, there's not many ways to get around it.
No. So the traffic sucks. And my wife usually does that, and she has to bring the littlest guy, and he gets car sick sometimes.
Oh, really?
So, yeah,
that's too
fun,
bad.
not fun at all.
So honestly, Josh said the most famous guy he's ever met was you. We got a lot of people texting in. A lot are talking about Georges Larac. A lot of guys talking about Georgie. Yeah. Okay, let's go back when you were young, because you don't get awestruck, or well, maybe you do still now. I mean, maybe if you, I don't know who I could say that you would meet. Maybe it was a Czech hockey player from years ago. But
if my wife was listening, so in Prague one time, we went to like a high-end store.
Yeah.
For my was gonna buy my now wife fancy bag, and top of the stairs was. I met most of the like a famous soccer players from Czech, but this was Pavel Nedved. He won the golden ball for the best soccer player in the world that 1 year.
Okay.
So I saw him a bunch of years later when he was retired, and I saw him. We looked at each other. I don't think we personally met, but we kind of knew.
Mm-hmm.
My wife is like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, kind of like a starstruck here.
Yeah.
And there was like, I was still playing hockey, but I never said hi and let's go for a picture. I was like, and she couldn't believe it because she never seen me like that. She's like, you never get like starstruck. I was like, yeah, I don't know. Like I always watch him. I admired him. Like he's one of the 2 guys in the history of Czech Republic that ever won the Golden Ball.
Yeah, the Balloon d'Or or whatever.
Balloon d'Or.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got starstruck. There was the one time that I remember, and my wife now, she couldn't believe it, the way I was acting like a little boy.
Yeah. Was there anyone in hockey circles, like if you were growing up, or?
Yeah, Hasek, meeting Hasek for the first time, Jager. But I remember Hasek too. It was like at the tennis tournaments, and I was also like, whoa, like huge legend, best goalie we ever produce.
Mm-hmm.
Jager too. But I was a little bit older, so the
different.
Yeah, difference. But Hasek was, I was, I think like 13, 14.
Yeah. What about in the like say entertainment world? Because like I even remember like years and years ago. Well, this is in the early 80s. The Oilers, when they were on the road, they went to Muhammad Ali's house. The whole team went, and then actually, you probably don't remember. There was a kind of an exhibition boxing match between Dave Semenko and Muhammad Ali here.
I've heard of it, yeah.
But I mean, the whole team, and they were all like, "Wow!"
I met Garth Brooks.
Yeah,
that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I know you see like in LA, like Will Ferrell or like Tom Hanks, like these guys, but you don't get to meet them. You just see them across, like, like they're sitting like right next to the bench, basically.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool for a kid from Czech Republic, right? Like you see these movie stars, and but I never got to talk to them.
Yeah, Blake just texted in. I remember being scared to ask Laddie Schmid for his autograph at an Oil Kings game. I didn't want to bug him with his family.
Oh, anytime.
Come on over. Yeah.
Yeah, anytime. Yeah. I'm not a big wheel.
Well, okay. Were you a big wheel Friday night for the Shoresy game?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Was it fun?
It was a lot of fun. I think George was trying to make the whole thing.
What do you mean? Like, this is how we're going to...
Yeah, let's win this, like this and that. Hammer is like, George, come on. It's just an exhibition game. Classic Hammer. It was a lot of fun. Like seeing Rafi Torres, Darcy Hordichuk.
Yeah.
One of the guys told me to ask you about some Bohemian Pilsner.
Oh, the ref, Jeff Nicholas.
Yeah.
Bo Cup.
Yeah,
so he sent me the picture of you two.
Yeah.
Referee Jeff Nicholas.
Yeah.
And he and I played junior together, and
he showed me your picture.
Did he?
From that time.
Did he really?
Yes.
Oh boy. And I told Nick, I said, don't put those pictures out there.
Yes, man. It was out there.
Yeah,
and,
oh boy.
Yeah, no, that's the whole, it was great, see all the boys again, and playing on the same deep air with Gator.
Yeah.
It was awesome. Yeah.
And
the only thing I cannot take back that I wish I've never seen was Ben Scrivens shirtless.
Okay. So what happened here? Because Strutty texted in on Monday. It said that Laddie's going to have a whole bunch to say about Scrivy.
Hold a second. Well, Strutty started the whole thing.
Strutty took
so like I was kind of leaning against the bench. Like we reached the 10 goals leaning against the bench, and then so the thing is, like, when you score 10 goals against them, they have to take off the shirt and skate and like do shenanigans. All of a sudden, Charlie's like, "Are you watching this thing?" I was like, "What?" It's like, it's Scrivens with no shirt on, and he's skating. I'm like, "Oh, that's just something you can unsee." And then, so out of nowhere, Struddy texts me Saturday. He goes, "Every time I go to eat, I think of Ben's body. I haven't had a carb yet." And I responded, "I was so tired and sore this morning, but then I thought of his body and I forced myself to go work out. You cannot unseen that."
And he was playing goal, right?
He was playing goal for sure. See, poor guy. And then my wife is like, my wife chirped me after. She's like, "Why didn't you take the shirt off?" I was like, "Well," I was like,
well,
I did it for her.
Yeah.
Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, you didn't want all the women running on the ice.
Yeah. Like they would have to stop the match, clean the aisles, and like all that stuff. Yeah, we don't want to do that. But yeah, poor Ben Scrivens. But he played well. Consider the way he looks underneath that all the gear. He can still catch the puck.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
But yeah, me and Struddy, we had a heyday with that one. Like, ooh.
What did you think of the pace of play?
They surprised us.
Is that right?
Like honestly, like you know how it is. Like you don't want to play defense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like shinny hockey, you don't want to play. You're just there.
Yeah.
They entered the O zone and they knew what they were doing. They spread you out, and then like just some guys just standing there, right? Like then when one guy or two guys trying to play defense, and the like three other guys are just watching you look like an idiot out there. So they had some set plays, open nets. Like we couldn't believe it. Like first 10 minutes, it was like 3-0. I'm like, Jesus, this smells like Juno all over again.
But they had guys like some of their lesser known guys. They were the better players, right?
Yeah, they had some guys that like surprised everyone. They were like flying up and down. They were even back checking. Like good. And then Scrivy was in net, right? Like he's like JD played well too. But Scrivy was like really, really good. Like he shut us down with Juno. It was embarrassing. Like we lost to the Singers, and then now we're gonna lose to the comedy show.
To the comedy show.
Like we get
comedy show.
Yeah. But yeah, obviously they have some players, and we ask Shorzy how often like if they like practice, and he's like, yeah, just like morning skates, like screw around and stuff. But like you can tell.
Yeah.
They have been together for a while. They know what other guys are doing, set plays. Like it's fun.
Did you get was there like a meet and greet with those guys before or after? Like
just like on the ice and like before, just like after, but not in the locker room. But like he was super, like all of the guys, super nice. Like Dr.
Terry Ryan.
He was talking about he plays ball hockey.
Yeah.
So he travels to Czech quite a bit. So he went to Plzeň. He likes the city, and yeah, like he loves Czech. He said he must have been there like 50 times. He said,
yeah.
So like it was kind of cool conversation.
I mean, think about it for these guys. Like this is like a make a wish. With you think about where these guys have come because of this show, and from them to be playing all these games against all you guys, not just here in Vancouver and Calgary, Boston, Detroit.
I didn't look at it that way. Yeah.
I mean, that's like, this is a pro lifestyle for them.
Yeah.
After the fact that none of them really, besides Terry Ryan, really, that one defenseman was pretty good back in the day.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name now, but
the tall guy.
Yeah. Diablo or something like that.
No, it's like when you put it that way, like I said, they were very appreciated that we played against them, and it was cool. Like I couldn't believe it.
Okay, how did Struddy play?
The gap control is not there anymore. But he was all right.
Yeah.
He was all right. Yeah. Like I'm not gonna chirp him. Like I had some.
Who is his D partner?
We were rotating.
Oh, okay.
We were rotating. Struddy was there, Fisty, Sean Bell, Chris Joseph, me,
and Gator.
Yeah.
And how did Hemmer look?
Still, like he can glide, man. Like it's just ridiculous. Some guys just have it.
Yeah.
And he said he needs knee surgery. He's having knee surgery.
But didn't he have his hip?
Hip. But now it's knee, and like so he's gonna have. Maybe he had it already or this week.
Yeah.
It was like and he's just gliding there. There's 3 steps and glides, and he's as fast as anybody on the ice. And then his stupid toe drags and like with that little toothpick of a stick.
Yeah.
I think he still had like Easton stick. I think so. Like I think he was like, Jesus.
Oh boy. What about Tico Rafi?
Oh, he was buzzing.
Was he?
Oh, he was buzzing. He gets full of energy. I love that guy.
Yeah.
High energy, and he still look good. Yeah. You can tell like he's on the ice. He's coaching kids and in Ontario, and it was great seeing him.
K-Dub just said, "Hey, don't forget about Jordan Nolan, KK."
Yeah, Jordan Nolan. Yeah, I forgot Jordan Nolan. His brother was playing there too, but Jordan Nolan. I fought him.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, well, not at Shorzy, but I fought him when he was with LA. Not a smart move. Yeah, I forgot he was. Well, found out he was lefty.
Is that right?
Midway through the fight.
And then they had Nasty Marasti and George. How did that go?
Yeah. Well, I thought he was taller.
He's short,
but he's short. But like he's
pound for pound, he's
tough, very tough. But compared to George,
yeah. I mean, you want to just give the fans a show. Give the fans a show.
But Ron Lowe was there, and him and George Larac were talking about. I think who did he fight? George when he was rookie, Brad May.
Okay, maybe.
And they were talking about like that. Apparently, that's how George made his name around the league. Like
Brad May.
Yeah, I think it was Brad May. It wasn't Tony Twist.
Oh, yeah. Like George would just get you in that spin cycle, right? Because he's so strong. And
spin cycle and then like throw left. Like he is massive. It's massive, man. Like so strong, like big.
Yeah.
He said he works with some of the fighters around the league, right?
Yeah.
Rempe.
Rempe, he was with Rempe.
Guy, but not as much anymore, but Rempe, so he works with his son, and his son is huge.
His son's
6'4",
tall.
6'5", yeah,
tall. You know.
But he's also strong. Like he's just athletic.
Yeah. George again, like he would get guys, and then
he's got to be one of the best in the history, you know.
Yeah,
George up there.
There's so many guys. Like Dave Brown is.
I know Dave Brown. Joe Kocur.
Like
Probert.
When Kocur and Probert were going with the Wings, they had the two guys that like they were the most feared team in the league. And it was funny because they would have conversations. Okay, who do you want tonight? And who I'll take this guy, you take that guy. And could you imagine being the other team?
Like it's intimidating.
It was different. Like Probert would just swing, and Kocur would hit to hurt. Like he would kind of go through you.
So somebody at the Alzheimer's, I don't know who it was. Like guy who played like 900 games. I can think of his name, but he said he played with Joe Kocur, and he said he was the scariest guy. Like he would try to hurt you. Like he would like his punches went like right through your face.
Yeah, he was trying to go to the back of your head on every one.
Yeah.
So I mean, in a different game back
but
then.
Dave Brown was like
Dave Brown again was. Yeah.
Wasn't he on Oilers too?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. That's when he did
Semenko or not?
No, after.
Yeah.
And like everyone talks about Dave Semenko. Dave, for as tough as Dave was, he didn't have to fight that much because he just said, don't do anything today and we won't have to worry about it. And
he was super nice guy.
Yeah, he would tell that to the bench and then those guys wouldn't cross the line. And that's how it worked.
Was he like primarily with Gretzky?
Yeah, for the most part, like he played,
but he could play too.
Yeah, I mean, he very talented. Yeah, he was a 20-goal guy.
Yeah,
but go to the net, right, and it's going to be right on the stick. And then again, he deterred. He was a deterrent more than like having to put out fires. How's that sound?
Yeah, good. Those days, like I love listening to, like I told you, the Ice Guardians, like Brett Hull and like Kelly Chase, like those guys. Like they had Matthew Burnaby, like Brad May, those guys.
That's a great documentary. I just watched it again. It was flicking through the channels. I said I had to watch it.
It's like honestly, like it's like listening to my dad's stories, like from back in the day, and these guys, like these old school stories that wouldn't happen now, right? Like it's crazy.
There's another one. I don't know if you've seen it. Bob Probert documentary.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, try to find that one. It's easy. You've got all the channels to find it. But it's more just on him, but what he had to go through. And I mean, like what he did off the ice. Holy moly, laddie. This
like
guy,
the lifestyle?
Oh, on another level. On another level. And never mind what he did, but he got into a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble.
Like with police and stuff?
Yes. And it was all just, Roby, that's okay. Don't worry about it. You know, we'll figure out.
Back in the day, hey?
Going across the border and having.
Would it be like Last Dance when they talk about Dennis Rodman? That bad?
Way worse.
Way worse? Really?
Like going across the border with a car full of booze and drugs. And
he got caught?
Oh, yeah. And then crashing his car and racking it up. Motorcycle accidents. And
he survived all of that. And then, but the lifestyle, Was he clean at the end, or was he still?
No. Well, no,
did he try to get clean?
I don't know that. I don't know that. You could probably
because he died pretty young, or like
he was. Oh yeah. You know, but he was. I think he might have when he died, he was on the boat. Right?
Well, on the boat, yeah. Was he in his 50s?
I don't think he was in his 50s. No. He might have been late 40s when he passed away, but yeah.
Duke, that's why you're here. Looking at him, my boy. Proud of my boy.
You're proud of it? Duke bought a new phone.
I thought he got a girlfriend. Oh my God. Oh my, I almost fell off the chair. Sorry. How old was he? Did you find it out? How old was he?
45.
Oh, he was only 45.
45.
Man, that's way too young.
Yeah.
That's sad. Well, any death is sad, but 45, it's
An all-star game he went to, I believe it was 92, 91 or somewhere in there.
What was the most goals he scored?
20. He scored 29, pardon me, and then had 20, 14, 8. Scored 29 basically.
What is this PIMS total?
3,300. 3,300 PIMS.
And those are you were fighting heavyweights.
Well, we were just talking about him yesterday, Laddie, because of 1985 Memorial Cup. There was
1985?
85 Memorial Cup.
I wasn't even born.
There was a guy that, he was a tough guy too, Kenny Baumgartner. He played in Toronto and played other.
Of course, I know.
And Bomber was the Scholastic Player of the Year. That's how smart he was. I'm not kidding. Yeah, Scholastic Player of the Year. So Kenny Baumgartner's playing in Prince Albert. Probert's playing for the Sioux at the Memorial Cup. They get into it and they go in the penalty box and they get into it in the box.
No.
Oh, yeah. There's a good minute video of it. And the two of them are going bananas in the box. Linesmen are trying to get in.
And they're fighting.
Oh, yeah. And you remember the old Cooper shoulder pads? They got all, those things are flying off. Yeah. I'll show you the video here in the break. Here. Those guys went at it toe to toe and went hard.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Good old days, eh?
It was a different time.
But man, somebody yesterday on social media posted a Bill Guerin.
Oh, they did
video.
Oh, that we showed.
And somebody was chirping. It's like, this is the U.S. This is the U.S. GM and blah blah blah. Yeah. But it's what are the odds that I find it pop up on me?
Kent McKenzie says, I believe Probert was cleaned up at the time of his passing.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, and he did have a heart attack.
Yeah.
On the speedboat, no one could drive it, so they couldn't get him to shore in time to save him. They talk about that. His wife's very prominent in the documentary. His wife, and obviously.
So this was done after.
Yeah, after he had passed away. Yeah, the documentary's probably 4 years old, 5 years old.
Oh, okay,
something like that.
So she talks openly about his addiction and stuff.
Everything.
And she was with him the whole time.
Yeah, and the other, she was. And the other thing that a lot of home videos. So she's taking the video or whatever, and the kids are there, and he's obviously trying to be the best dad. And I think he was a great dad too in the from the documentary pictures too. So, but it would have been very difficult for sure. Yeah. Top of the hour, we will check in with Max Miller from Sharks Hockey Digest. We'll bust down this game tonight. I'm sure Laddie's got some questions for Max about some young players on the blue line, like Dickinson for San Jose. We thought maybe we'd see him at the World Juniors, but the Sharks kept him. Then they got one of the best young players too in Macklin Celebrini. Yes. That's coming up at the top of the hour. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Sean Cunningham of Remax Real Estate. Get the home team advantage for your next move in the Edmonton area. If you're thinking about buying or selling a home, call or text Sean directly at 780-265-0165. Here is the Duke.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
Game day for the Edmonton Oilers is there at home, taking on the San Jose Sharks tonight from Rogers Place. Puck drop coming just after 7 o'clock. Around the rest of the NHL, 14 other games, including the Sabres hosting the Kings. Avalanche are in Montreal. Jets going up against the Lightning. Islanders play the Rangers on a back-to-back. This one at MSG. Mammoth going up against the Hurricanes. Red Wings host the Capitals. Flames down in Minnesota. Ducks in Vancouver. And the Maple Leafs out on the left coast, taking on the Seattle Kraken. In the association tonight, 8 games totaling, including Miami playing the Bulls from Chicago. Denver hosts Brooklyn, and OKC taking on Western Division rival Minnesota Timberwolves. From the Scotties Tournament of Hearts, draw 16 still underway. Currently, Selena Sturmey trailing New Brunswick 6-5 in the 10th end. Final rocks on route there. 3 other finals already report on. Manitoba's Beth Peterson team defeating none of it 10-4. Kayla Skrillex Alberta Rink beat Newfoundland 10-4. And Northern Ontario defeating PEI 6-4. News out of the CFL offseason, and Justin Dunk reporting that Austin Mack set to sign with the Edmonton Elks. Mack with the Montreal Alouettes released earlier this offseason will reunite with Cody Fajardo, where he was an All-Star in 2023 and the team won the Grey Cup. In the Australian Open men's semifinal number 2 going tonight with world number 1 Carlos Alcaraz taking on Alex Zverev. Coming up in hour 4 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Max Miller from Sharks Hockey Digest covering the San Jose Sharks, and we'll check in with a new edition of In or Out. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, Stingray radio station. CHJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
I skipped breakfast this morning. Stay out of my way.
Don't threaten me with your bad choices.
No worries. A booster bar from Booster Juice will fix me.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, because they're new. Snack-sized bars packed with seeds, pecans, gluten-free oats, all sorts of good stuff.
That sounds lovely, actually.
2 different flavors to try, too. Coconut pecan booster bars and harvest booster bars. Want to skip breakfast with me?
I take it back. You make good choices.
Booster Juice, Canadian-born, blending since 1999.
Mr. Rooter goes skiing. Sick gear, Mr. Rooter. Are you ready to hit the slopes?
Not yet. I need to report a possible crime.
Oh no, what's happening?
I saw a bunch of hooligans discussing shredding the half pipe. As a plumber, I've taken the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm and act in the best interest of all pipes, whether PVC, copper, or otherwise.
It's made of snow, Mr. Rooter.
Snow? Things are worse than I had feared.
There's no better plumber than Mr. Rooter. This hockey season, before every game, check out the pregame show with Andrew Walker on Sports 1440. It's brought to you by Titan Supply, your only source for rigging, lifting, and hauling products. Visit titansupply.ca.
Whoa, I gotta put some money on the game tonight. We hit our monthly budget. Whoa, how did you get in here? I'm you, the responsible you. We're right. We'll play another time. Sounds more like us.
If you gamble, use your game sense. Visit GameSenseAB.ca.
Welcome to Uncommon. Welcome to Subaru. Engineered for Canadian winters, built for real-life confidence. Tackle the ice and snow with Subaru's symmetrical all-wheel drive, delivering the power, control, stability, and grit you need. And when the temperature plummets, you'll cruise in comfort with heated seats and heated steering wheel. All this plus peace of mind with Subaru's top safety pick status for 19 years running. This winter, it's time to get you into a Subaru. Visit Subaru.ca today.
Your game,
Your station, Sports 1440.
and watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 10:01 in Edmonton, and time now for the game of the day, brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where clear out on the remaining 2025 Jeep Wrangler Saharas continues. The Sahara package is our best seller. Great selection. They're going to be gone soon, and you can get into a brand new 2025 Sahara starting at $59,900. Get them before they're gone at stalbertdodge.com. As we welcome in Max Miller from Sharks Hockey Digest. Morning, Max. You're with Kevin Karius and Ladislav Schmid. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime. Thanks for having me, guys.
How many questions have you answered about Mac Celebrini this year, Max? How many? Like about 1 million?
I think I got another 6 just last night. It's been a lot, but I mean, the funniest thing is, like, we talked to Ryan Morsowski at practice yesterday, and Macklin had 4 points in his hometown of Vancouver. Not a peep about him to the coach after the game. We talked to Macklin after the game, but not a peep about Macklin about how great he played in a 5-2 win. It's kind of crazy.
It's almost like, are they getting numb to how he's performing? We find it the same thing here when we talk about Connor McDavid. I mean, way different in their points of their career, but sometimes players play so well for so long that, fans, maybe media, maybe coaches, I don't think coaches ever, but they almost go, wow, we're so used to it. We don't expect anything else.
I think, let's take the game against Vancouver, for example. I don't know if being numb to it was the right word there. I just think he was spectacular. We know what he did. It was, I guess, numb really might be the best way. Like, he's just done what he's done. He did great things. He did, but the storyline, there was kind of some underlying storylines there. Some players bouncing back, Will Smith 3 points, and just the state of the Sharks were pretty good. Mm-hmm. But yeah, maybe a little numb for the media perspective. I mean, the going phrase in San Jose is, if you want to get Macklin to stop talking, you ask him about himself. So that's exactly what happened. And there's a lot of other storylines, the Sharks team, especially with tonight.
Patty?
Yeah. Good morning. Just a question, before the season, I didn't have high expectations for the San Jose Sharks, but are they exceeding your expectations, the way they're playing now?
Yeah.
I'm surprised, but it's a great story. I'm really happy for them.
I figured maybe they, the step forward they had, maybe they get in a little bit to get in the race, but to be in a playoff spot this late in the year and to not just be hanging, they're playing well, they're beating teams they're supposed to beat, they're beating teams they're not supposed to beat from time to time, and they're not only staying in the race, right now they control their own destiny. That's all you can ask for if you're a young team. So are they exceeding my expectations? Yes, but I did expect a step forward this year. Macklin Celebrini, I would say, has exceeded my expectations otherworldly. I mean, the guy, I didn't expect him to be top 3 in scoring for the most of the year, especially after an 0-4-2 start. Will Smith getting injured. I mean, Will Smith doesn't get injured. Will Smith's got 50 points right now, guys. The discrepancy is big, but there's more that have really stepped up. Colin Graff has really done really well. This team is more than Macklin Celebrini, but the team does go as he goes. But overall, the team success, I expected a jump, not this big. So, Laddie, I agree with you.
Yeah. I was looking at some numbers, and I was looking at the goalie situation. The numbers are not spectacular. Do you think with slightly better goaltending, they could be even better? Because the numbers are sub 900, which is not that great from both goalies. But have they been playing better lately, or they had a rougher start? I don't know what it is, but the numbers are not great. So I wonder, with better goaltending, they would be even further along.
Yeah, you can make that argument for sure. I mean, to start the year, both goalies were struggling, especially Yaroslav Askarov. In November, when they had that really strong month, they were getting carried by great goaltending. Right now, Alex Nedeljkovic is playing better than Askarov. Askarov had his best game against the Vancouver Canucks in the first, for the last couple of weeks. So you can make an argument, the goaltending could be better, but Askarov is 23 years old, and in his first, he's still considered an NHL rookie. That's something that needs to be understood. He's also been healthy. Nedeljkovic has been healthy, knock on wood. So, yeah, you could say, better goaltending, but the defense in front of them is doing what they can, right? That's definitely part of it. Yes, they've let in some goals, and they've done some things where maybe not the best goaltending wise, but sure, they could get better. But when you look at the long-term goals, I think they're in a good spot goaltending wise.
Max Miller from Sharks Hockey Digest, our guest on the Kevin Carey Show with Ladislav Schmid. Let's stay with the defense here, and I'm sure Laddie's going to dissect it a bit further, but almost when they signed Orlov and Klingberg, it was we got to get to the cap floor. We need to add some salary here. But how well have those two veterans played trying to lead things for a younger blue line with some players that are a little bit younger?
100%. Dmitry Orlov has been a really good add in the room for the team. I mean, John Klingberg has too, but Dmitry Orlov has really taken on a leadership role. Guys like Shakir Mukamadula, and you look at Sam Dickinson, who just gets to see a guy who knows what it takes to be a professional, who's gone far in the playoffs. Like guys like that they really help the room. I mean, you guys are familiar with John Klingberg. I mean, defensively, he's not there to play, shut down defense. He's not there to be Charlie McAvoy, who can be a perfect two-way guy. John Klingberg also has 10 goals.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing what he's being supposed to do. So they've made their impacts in the ways that they were brought in to be made. Orlov has done a good job on the second unit. He's put up some points too, only one goal, which is a little surprising for me. But those two in the room have really done a good job of being honest with the team, being honest with themselves, because when there are struggles from them, they're not afraid to show it. And that's what it means to take a pro. Like if you mess up, you take responsibility and you strive for the next one. And that's something that is so important for a young team to learn. And you look at Shakir Mukamadulin, you've got the Russia connection, like I said, with Dmitry Orlov. He said to me, he goes, he's like big bro. I mean, that is in and of itself showing why they were brought in more than just their on-ice play.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's great to hear. I want to talk a little bit more about Sam Dickinson. Obviously, he's, we thought he would be at the World Juniors, but San Jose Sharks, decided to keep him. How has his development been this year?
Yeah, it's probably been a little bit slower than maybe people wanted, but I would say it's pretty expected. I mean, it's hard. He's a 19-year-old playing defense in the NHL almost every single night. I mean, he's the last 2 weeks here, he's really taken a step, and ironically, it's really shown when former Oiler Vinny Desharnais come back. I mean, that duo has been a perfect third pair for the Sharks. Vinny has filled a role on the PK and is a big, net front presence in front of the goalies for the Sharks very, very nicely. Worked a lot on his skating and his mental work, and personality-wise gets along really great. I mean, it's two jokesters that fight for each other and play for each other as a pair, and so Sam Dickinson got him back, and you've seen him kind of get that familiarity that he had at the start of the year back. And when you get that familiarity as a young player, and you don't have to, worry about a constantly changing partner. Nick Leddy was sometimes Dickinson's partner. Sometimes it was Vincent Ario. Sometimes it was John Klingberg. Like, it just moves all around. So when he gets that familiarity, I've seen him take that step. So I think the offense is going to slowly start showing up here. 2 assists against the Canucks, and you start to shoot the puck and really drive some play better now.
Yeah, Max Miller from Sharks Hockey Digest with us in Sports 1440. A player I would think that not a whole lot of Edmonton hockey fans have heard of is Colin Graf. But what can you tell us about Colin Graf and the role that he's assumed, playing a lot with Macklin Celebrini this year, almost out of nowhere to having a damn good season so far, Max?
Yeah, Colin Graf has been the unsung hero of this team. He's on the top PK unit. He is maybe not the tallest guy, but he is lanky. He is long. His stick is almost always in the way. I would expect if you can match him against McDavid, I expect him to do that tonight. And then, we look at a guy who in college who didn't penalty kill, a guy who was more of a playmaker than he was a scorer, turned into a scorer who's a top penalty killer in the NHL. He's a very, very smart player, and he deserves the ice time. He's that perfect guy who maybe isn't on your top power play unit, but he's going to put up points 5 on 5. He'll get some time on the second unit, but he's going to be a hound on the puck. He's going to be a dog on a bone. He's going to do everything he can to get in the way of shots offensively. And he's got the skill and the offensive IQ to make it happen. And like you mentioned, I mean, coming out of Quinnipiac, this guy was undrafted. He was a late bloomer physically. I mean, he didn't grow until, close to the time at Quinnipiac. And there was the whole chat of when he was coming out of college where he was going to sign. I think San Jose was a bit of an unexpected destination. Yeah. But for him, I think that might have been the best case scenario.
And I think what does he miss the being still a rookie by? Like just a handful of games? If he were a rookie still, I think he's got the 3rd most goals in the league for rookies. Is that right?
It's something like that. Yeah. I mean, he played like 33 games last year. So, I mean, he spent, a good amount of time up and down last year. He's been in the NHL outright, got off to a little bit of a slow start this year, but so did the entire Sharks roster. But I mean, if you look at him, he's still a young player who was signed out of college. I mean, this is his first full season in the NHL, right? He's technically not a rookie, like you said, but it's just another young piece that Mike Grier has brought in to develop this roster. And you look at the PK and the defensive ability and how important that is in the playoffs. If they get there, Colin Graf's going to be at the center of it. I mean, PK is going to be crucial. If the Sharks finish, in the second wildcard spot, that's against Colorado. Colorado's power play struggled this year. So we'll see what happens, especially tonight, because that Edmonton power play is dangerous. So I think Colin Graff is going to get a lot of defensive zone work today.
I'm looking forward to seeing him tonight. Yeah.
Were you a little bit surprised when San Jose added Kiefer Sherwood? Because I was like, he was one of the top names circling around, and then San Jose landed him. I was like, whoa. Was it like a message kind of reward for the team the way they have been playing to add player like that?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I think it was, they reward the team. He's a good player. And you look at the style that Ryan Warsofsky likes to play, hard nose, physical, can forecheck, and can really get in the way. I mean, kind of similar to Colin Graff. Sherwood has now developed that scoring touch. I think the one part where people are a little confused is the age, right? He's 31, but I think, Greer has not shown a case. I mean, the longest contract he signed was Tyler Toffoli, 4 years. Yeah. When talking to Mike after this, trade, this trade wasn't meant for just this year. I mean, there's a hope to extend him. There's a want to extend him. As far as negotiations have gone, I other than what's out there already, there's just been some kind of check-ins. I think there's going to be more over the break. We'll see on that, but nothing right now. They want him to get healthy. They want to see him in the lineup. When you look at just what he can do, I think he's a good fit for the style of play of the Sharks, and something that they were kind of missing. You're missing that kind of Zach Hyman hound, maybe, a little different play style. Hyman's really good 200-foot player, but the hits, the forechecking, and now the scoring and the speed that matches nicely. I think it's something that you could pair well with Will Smith and Macklin Celebrini, and Colin Graff can kind of fit into a little bit more of a support role rather than something where maybe you want some punching. So we'll see how it goes. I was a little surprised, but I do expect them to extend here in San Jose.
Okay, that's one question there. You think he'll extend? And is he going to be back here before the Olympic break or what?
He's skating, so it's an upper body. I believe it's a right hand injury, and it's not officially right hand injury, but he's got a little bit of a brace on his right hand. Still looks like he's trying to shoot. It's not fully there, but it's close. I mean, you could do just about anything else. I think they're making it slow. I think he wants to play. When you get to a new team, you're going to want to get out and show what you can do. That's the big thing. So as much as we'll see you back, the expectation is he will play on this road trip. When that is, we don't know. I'm going to guess Chicago, but again, that's truly a guess. He could be in the lineup tonight for all we know.
Yeah. Hey, what about a local guy, Zach Ostapchuk? How's he fit in? And is he trending upwards? Where are we at with him?
Yeah, that's been one of the kind of, I don't want to say unknown stories, but one of the lesser talked about stories that's starting to get some steam out in San Jose. I mean, you make the trade, you trade Fabian Zeller, and a guy who scored 20 goals twice for you. It's a bona fide scorer, one of the young player you get from Ottawa, or you send him to Ottawa and you get Zach Ostapchuk back. One thing that Mike Career has done, he's got guys to fill roles, right? You look at the Sherwood deal and the way I just explained that. You look at Orlov and Klingberg, they're filling roles. Darren A fills a role. Zach Ostapchuk has started to fill this fourth line center role with ease. His speed complements Goodrow and Reeves really well. He's picked up some penalty killing. You've seen that offense. There was the breakaway goal that he scored against Columbus where he raced past everyone and went backhand roof on Jet Greaves. And he's really come into his own here. There's a lot of mistakes he's cleaned up from last year. I mean, Ryan Rosofsky just spoke about it. Last year he played against Edmonton last year, and there was a lot of little mistakes, defensive miscues that he's just not making anymore. So will he be, the shining star that, a top player would be? No, but he fits that fourth line role right nicely, and his role is growing. And that skating for a line with Goodrow and Reeves really helps. Goodrow does look quicker this year, but you need a guy who can really go all over the ice on that fourth line. He's done a really good job.
Yeah. We were talking about Ryan Rosofsky earlier in the show. What a unique story. And this is a guy, I'll bet you a lot of fans in the league couldn't name who the head coach of the San Jose Sharks is. But what have you made how he's come in here and then taken this team and helped lead this team to another level this year?
Yeah, he's done a really good job this year. I mean, last year's a struggle. He's a rookie head coach last year with one of the worst rosters in the league. That's no spite to any of those guys on the roster. Obviously, Macklin Celebrini, Will Smith won the roster, but that's, it is what it is. But he's done a good job nurturing the youth and balancing the veterans. He's connected with them well. He does a really good job when a young player does something good. He allows their creativity within the system. He wants them to play and have fun. Their energy is high, but he always feels there's another level. It's coach speak, but it's like the most true coach speak you can get. I like it when he does this, but there's another level he can get to. And that balance that he has is really good, at least through the media. I'm sure, as we see, he has fun with the guys on the ice. I mean, he skates most optional skates with them. He's a young guy. He wants to get out there and skate with them. He does a really good job of building the confidence of the team and keeping their mental on the day-to-day. I mean, he doesn't have them in, looking, okay, like there's 4 games left before they break. They have, all right, we play the Edmonton Oilers on Wednesday, like or Thursday, whatever day today is. and you look at it's be where your feet are. It's like his favorite phrase, and it couldn't be more true. He's done a really good job connecting and driving his players to be the best players they can be. And he's gotten players to buy into their roles. And if you can get players to buy into their roles, you're going to have some success.
Hey, Max, thanks so much for your time this morning. Enjoy the game tonight, the rest of the games before the Olympic break, and then the Olympics, and then here we are for the home stretch. Appreciate you coming on. Take care. We'll talk soon.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
That's Max Miller, Sharks Hockey Digest, and our game of the day brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where, again, clearout remains on the Wrangler Saharas. The 2025s are ready to roll at under 60 grand. Unbelievable. The best seller on the lot. Check them out at stalbertdodge.com. I have to report some double E news. The double E, Edmonton Elks. Dan Ralph reporting that Austin Mack signing with the Edmonton Elks. 2-year contract, $425,000 in hard money. Max value of $440,000. It's got a $55K signing bonus. Mack was a CFL All-Star, Grey Cup champion in 23. With Montreal, had 78 catches, 1,154 yards, and 4 TDs. This gives the double E a legit number 1 receiver. A legit number 1.
What about quarterback?
They got Cody Fajardo. He's coming back at quarterback. So, and those two played together in Montreal.
Oh,
so there's that connection there. All right, when we come back, we're going to go in or out with Ladislav Schmid on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440 with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick, and Mac the Intern on Sports 1440 AM radio. We are streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
The Hockey Super League is proud to launch its 9th season, delivering independent, borderless hockey. This year, over 125 teams will compete across Alberta, Saskatchewan, and for the first time ever, Colorado, USA, which showcase style action, cross-province rivalries, and a strong commitment to player development. The HSL is the premier destination for families seeking balance and athletes chasing the next level. The Hockey Super League. Hockey without limits. For athletes born in 2013 to 2018, visit hockeysuperleague.com to learn more.
This hockey season, before every game, check out the pregame show with Andrew Walker on Sports 1440. It's brought to you by Titan Supply, your only source for rigging, lifting, and hauling products. Visit titansupply.ca.
Catch the biggest game on the biggest screens in the city. River Tree Resort and Casino invites you to the ultimate football watch party. Sunday, February 8th in the venue. 3 giant screens, all-you-can-eat buffet, desserts and snacks, $5.25 drink features, and tons of prizes. Don't miss River Cree's ultimate football watch party with premium VIP seating available. Tickets at rivercreeresort.com.
River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement. Bet on it.
You know, this year I can't decide what to work on for my New Year's resolution. My confidence, my appearance, or my general happiness.
Why not improve all 3 by finally addressing your hair loss? Hi, I'm Dr. Vance Elliott. Receding hairlines and bald spots can chip away at your self-image, make you look older, and feel unattractive. Let's discuss your options for regaining a full natural head of hair and make this the year you get your mojo back. Book a free first consultation today at drvanceelliott.com.
For almost half a century, families, farmers, and mechanics across Alberta have trusted Ed's Auto Salvage in Westlock. Why? Because we know cars and we know value. Hi, Lisa here. And whether it's keeping your work truck hauling or getting your teenager's first car back on the road, Ed's has the parts you need at prices you can afford. Reliable, affordable, local. That's Ed's Auto Salvage. With province-wide shipping and daily delivery to Edmonton, visit us at edsautosalvage.com.
The Karius Show, breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams, even though his favorite Junior A hockey team is the Yorkton Terriers. Thanks for checking in with Sports 1440.
to the big program, 1021 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Ladislav Schmid with you.
The in and out, baby.
Oilers are just taken to the ice. It's an optional. Matthias Ekholm didn't
That's why I'm not
practice.
there, guys, if you're wondering. I do the option.
Yeah.
To sit here with Kevin and talk some sports.
Was there an optional on Friday before Shorzy or no? Did you guys have a morning
I
skate?
guess I didn't get the memo. No.
Yeah.
Well, some guys could need it. Yeah.
Matthias Ekholm is taking part in the optional this morning. Didn't practice yesterday, so that looks like he'll go. Sportsnet Spec asked Leon Draisaitl this morning because he hadn't availed. Here's the question. If Germany makes it to the playoff round and they play Canada, how would Leon, so Spec is asking Leon this, how would he feel facing off against Connor McDavid? And Leon says, it would be scary for him.
I love it.
He smiles and he said, no, it would be unique, a bit weird. Once the game starts, we'd both try our very best to help our team win.
Of course.
Yeah. It would be scary for him.
All day, poor Leon, he's going to play like 30 minutes a game. Like, but it's like I worry a little bit because they will play him that much. And he's capable of doing that. But then coming back and being fresh for a playoff.
If Leon's playing up to 30 minutes, most Siders playing 40. Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised, but if there would be some crazy numbers, like I wouldn't be surprised. But
what do you think the GMs they're going to be going? Oh, come on, man!
Yeah, it's like I'm gonna be praying the entire tournament. To be honest, like keep it around 26, please. Every minute counts. But he's gonna play tons.
Yeah. Time now for. Are you in or out?
Okay, you know what? Moving too fast. Bottom line, are you in or you out? In or out of what? No time for questions, just action. In or out? Well, then I'm out. I'm sorry, Jet. Actually, you're already in.
Are you in or are you out?
On Sports 1440.
I thought you would go, I'm in, Bob. We would have had a really cool moment, but you kind of ruined the whole thing.
All right, Duke. Letterbuck.
Game day for the Edmonton Oilers. San Jose Sharks in town for a Thursday night tilt from Rogers Place. Oilers, once again, chasing the elusive third consecutive win, have been unable to achieve the feat so far this season. And this is a simple game day prediction. I think they will once again fail to do so tonight.
Okay. Because it's my 40th birthday week today.
What do you mean?
Sunday, I'm turning 40.
This Sunday is your 40th birthday?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I have to throw it out there. This is the week they gotta do it.
Really?
For you.
Yeah.
They're doing
me.
it for
So
Laddie.
out of this, I believe in them. Third consecutive win.
Okay, first of all, let's hear about some
I
special...
had a surprise party this past Sunday.
You had it already?
Yeah. So, well, I'm going to keep it quick. Get to the garage after my son's practice on Sunday, hour and a half at Enoch. Frozen to the bone. Get in the garage. There's a box. I'm like, what is happening? My son is like, looks like a cake. And it didn't get to me because I was still pissed off from the practice. I was yelling at the kids. Walk up, go into the house. I'm like, the door is shut. Like, oh, so it's getting to me. And at first I was like, kind of like, I don't feel like doing it. But open the door. There's a private chef, sushi by Win. Like,
ooh,
amazing, great, like best sushi probably I had. Bunch of my close friends and my wife threw me a like surprise birthday party, so it was cool, very cool.
Quick text even comes from Cat Dad. Surprise, Kevin, you weren't invited.
My wife was in charge, so like it was not me, guys. Sorry.
Next year.
Not everybody can make it, but when the chef was there, Leon was texting him that he wants some sushi. Or like, okay. I was like, so we snap a selfie. Yeah. I was like, small world. Yeah, he said he does it for Leon, I guess, and Connor. But yeah, it was amazing food. Bunch of close friends. I had a couple of guys from the Oil Kings too showing up.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
Good stuff. Well, what about this weekend? You got to have something else.
Yeah, I'm flying to Czech tonight.
Oh.
So I'm not even here for my birthday with my family. That's why. Sorry, guys.
Well, happy birthday, laddie.
Thank you.
The big 4-0.
The big 4-0. So, yeah.
You don't look a day over 39.
Laddie, now that I have an iPhone, even when you're in Czech, I'll be able to message you. I'll just
Ooh,
I'll
boy,
I
Duke's
message
excited.
you.
You got iPhone?
Yeah, it's a big step for me. But I'm gonna Kevin will be too busy lounging on the beach in Mexico, but I'm gonna remember to personally text you.
Thanks, man.
Do you know
for
why
your
he had to
birthday.
get a new iPhone, Laddie?
Why?
Well, all the girls that were texting the other phone, they just weren't getting through.
I
I
was gonna say
My friends have made that joke at my expense, saying that if I would get some messages from the opposite gender and they see that it comes, what's the green bubble, right? That's the bad thing.
need blue.
Then they would stop texting me. I don't know if that's actually true.
What phone did you get? Like high resolution for
17.
some interesting pictures of yourself?
Aren't they all pretty high resolution these days? No, just whatever the iPhone 17. That's
Love it.
what-
Oh, wow.
Could you imagine
Wow.
Duke with the ladies on this one now? He's just gonna
I'll be unstoppable.
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable. I just got to get logged back into all my different accounts and everything. I'll be flying high.
unstoppable.
Where are you at on this though, Kev?
Oh,
for the Sharks.
Duke, no, I think it's 3 in a row tonight. It's this is guaranteed tonight.
Really?
This is a guaranteed.
Kevin
win
Carey
night.
is guaranteed.
Wow.
Guaranteed win.
Kevin
night.
does this easily because he won't have to answer this guarantee because he's gone for a week after today.
Guaranteed win night tonight. Yeah.
Man, the Sharks are a pesky team. I've tried to catch a few more of their games here in the last month on the the late starts and things like that. It's something like they're so obviously driven by Celebrini. The point differential makes that very clear and evident. But they're just like a pesky team. And the Oilers, they've been a little softer defensively in these last couple games. I could if the Ducks without their top 6 forwards can keep the game close, I absolutely believe the Sharks can keep the game close. And hey, it only takes 1 or 2 bounces to all of a sudden find yourself on the wrong side of a result.
The main reason I believe that the Oilers going to win is those superstars like Connor or Leon. This is their matchup. So they see Celebrini as like, okay, but I'm going to show you.
Young buck.
Yes. I feel like they have that in them. Just like, I don't know if they would admit it, but these guys are like, they see the next new things like, whoa, buddy, we'll show you. Because that's got to be Celebrini matchup.
For
Connor
sure.
or Leon.
Yeah.
So, and that's not easy. So we'll see. That's why I think that's, if you shut that line down or you outscore that line, I feel you have a huge chance.
Oh, for sure you do. And if I were to just hazard a guess, I would think that it will be the Draisaitl line that will, with the home change, be getting a lot of looks at Macklin Celebrini and company. But should make for an entertaining game all the same.
Sure.
And we'll see how wrong I am tomorrow morning when Eddie and I are here in the main chairs. Sharks themselves, they're 7-3 in their past 10. They sit in the Western Conference final wild card spot as of today. They already went out and got Kiefer Sherwood. You mentioned it with Max, with Laddie. Great get for them, 2 second-round picks. It wasn't a small price to pay. But I don't think that they should be genuine buyers here at this trade deadline, at least not in the traditional sense of the definition.
Traditional sense meaning that
like
you're going
they're selling off futures for short-term solutions.
I'm in on this one. They have to be smart. Like they're not gonna win the Stanley Cup, obviously. I think the Kiefer Sherwood was maybe they might add something like that they like you said that they don't have to give up the future. Like it would make no sense. They're in a full rebuild. They're exceeding expectations this year. Mostly thanks to Celebrini, obviously good for him. But yeah, I wouldn't sacrifice anything. Like I think they have a vision, they have a plan. I think they're going to be sticking with it.
They have 2 first-round picks coming up here in 2026.
So maybe one. Ooh, then
they got something to play with. That's what I'm saying.
But that would be smart.
They've given up their 2nd and 3rd rounders in 2027. I think if
it would be smart.
I don't think that they should salvage a whole bunch of stuff here. But if they're the right guy, like here's the other thing. Like Kiefer Sherwood had 475 hits last year or something like that. I want to see what he does here in this last 30 games. I want to see that before I even sign him to something like $5 or $6 million a year. Because I don't want to pay that to a guy that's had one really good season here. So I want to be careful with guys that are in their early 30s like this. That's how I would do it.
He's after 30. Yeah, that's another thing, right?
So
like
he's not a young guy. And you tell me, laddie, you bang 500 guys, and who knows how they're marking hits.
Come on.
I didn't bank.
Yeah,
I didn't bank 500 guys.
That one's gonna get added to the folder.
Oh,
for
that's
sure.
the folder.
Oh boy.
You hit 500. You have 500 hits. Like that gets said all the time. You guys make such a big deal over stuff.
You can say that same thing and word it in a way that is not so crass. And yeah, Laddie, you banged 500 guys.
No, I don't.
Oh my God,
Laddie, Bonnie Blue Schmied.
I
over
am
there.
blushing right now. Wow.
Unreal.
What do you think of me? Like, what are we doing, Shag, eh?
Laddie gives it up easy, I guess. Yikes.
New star of heated rivalry.
No, he keeps going with it.
Yeah.
He keeps rolling with it. I like it.
Roll the punches. Roll with them.
You know what I mean? You got a guy that's had that much physical pounding.
Yeah, like it's not easy. It's not easy for sure, man. Yeah, but like, if you don't sign him, too, like he might hold it against you, and then he goes elsewhere. So you are risking.
I get it.
a little bit.
get
Yeah,
all that.
yeah.
Back to the question. I think if the right piece is there, and maybe it's more of a complementary piece,
right?
Maybe it's something that can help. But you got to look at it too. If you think that Sherwood's coming back here soon, that again, so Graff moves down, Sherwood goes up on that line. Might be a great compliment with Will Smith and Macklin Celebrini. Colin Graff moves down. Wenberg and Toffoli are playing okay together. So it's just maybe more of a depth. And Michael Meese is still, he's still in learning process,
Well, he still has time.
Yeah.
Like they're not gonna push him into.
Yeah.
The bigger thing for me is kind of what you touched on, Laddie, is not like you've exceeded expectations this year. You're going to give yourself a chance at a playoff push, probably with the roster you have. So you've added Sherwood. You haven't really got to look at him yet. So what does he add to your team? And this is a this is a collective that has 2 defensemen under contract for next year. A whole slew of UFAs, 1 RFA, and one of those defensemen that's under contract next year is Sam Dickinson, who's a rookie player. So I'm not saying you turn into a seller and get rid of all your UFAs, because that includes Jeff Skinner, Ryan Reeves. They obviously just got Kiefer Sherwood, but then there's a bunch of guys on the back end: Klingberg, Ferraro, Liljegren, Desharnais, Mukamadulans, and RFA. So, is there a way to flip some of these UFAs for other pieces that you might need, or players that are under contract but not quite ready yet? Right, like they're still younger guys from other clubs. I don't know, but the Sharks are a fun team. I'm just not ready. Like you said, they're not ready to win a Stanley Cup, so don't totally blow it up here in the effort to do so this season. Elsewhere around the trade market, as we approach the roster freeze here next week, Rangers winger Artemi Panarin, as of last night, being held out of the lineup for roster management purposes. A trade exploration going underway for Chris Drury, and I believe our Panarin himself, or at least his camp, has said, wanting or preferring an extension in place with wherever he were to be dealt to. Most logical landing spot. I'm already on record saying I don't think they're going to trade him just because of fits and things. But if we're looking at logic and reason, I think the Carolina Hurricanes are the spot.
Because they got cap room, Duke?
They got cap room. They have assets. Yeah. And they aren't necessarily entirely hinging on signing him to a deal if they were to acquire him. Because not sure he would want to stay there long term, but for a chance to run at a cup with a contending team, they have Svechnikov, they got Nikishin. Russian players seem to prefer familiarity with countrymen in places they play. I think there's enough pieces of the puzzle here that it could be a landing spot.
Sure, why not? Yeah. I mean, they always subject, you talk about Florida always, they don't have as much wiggle room because
the
of
Panthers
Barkov.
and the Wild seem like such
but
a
they're
destination.
buddies with Bob.
Goalie Bob.
With Bobrovsky from
what
Columbus
about Kaprizov,
days.
though, too?
Kaprizov, too.
But
I
like
think
Minnesota
him
and
Bobrovsky
Florida,
are like tight.
financially, it would be tough. They would have to do some real gymnastics to make either one fit.
Yeah. Yeah, like Carolina makes sense. Like they're a contending team. I don't know, man. Like I'm so over the Rangers drama. It's like one thing after the other. It's the way they go about like getting rid of players is the wrong way. Like me as a player, if I would want to, like I would probably scratch them off my list. Like because it's just like he's been excellent for them. And it's like this is just another thing. I think you can do better. Like towards the players. Like I don't know. Like it just rubbed me the wrong way when I read it on TV. And then it seems like it caught him by surprise too. Like when they talked to him, like they were mentioning what Chris Drury said, and he was like, "Oh, okay." Like maybe have that conversation first with the player, because that's how it seemed to me, that there was no conversation, and all of a sudden he's out to scratch, for purposes of being traded. Yeah, I don't know, but yes, I'm on this one. Carolina would be a nice fit for him.
And what do we always say about the Hurricanes? They're always chasing that potential difference maker offensive piece when push comes to shove in a conference final, and they can't score to save their lives because everyone just focuses in on Aho and shuts him down, or if he's hurt and
they're
whatever.
Smaller. They still need some toughness. I feel like they're smaller scale, like fast. Yeah, I get it, but we talked about it before. That like too many same players. I feel like
fair.
Like
maybe, yeah.
But he would give you obviously
a huge offensive boost, right?
Huge.
And maybe a dark horse here could be Dallas.
I think that's a fair one.
How
as
they
well.
have?
Well, they don't have the money, but what happens if a guy like Jason Robertson says, "I want $12 million a year for 6 years"? Okay,
they can't afford to sign to the long-term
deal. How do they
deal.
do that? How do they navigate that? Then
You cannot lose him though. Like,
well, what are you supposed to do?
And you are adding 35-year-old.
I get it.
I know what you're saying.
And you're not saying like a Robertson for Panarin trade. Like you buy Panarin as the rental, and
you buy him as a rental,
and then you make him fit however you do so this season, and then Robertson leaves in free agency. You sign Panarin to a 2 or 3 year deal as a stopgap.
You
in
know,
his place.
Are they bigger on Wyatt? Is Wyatt Johnson?
He's extended for a long time.
Yeah,
so,
long time.
He's locked up.
At what?
8-4 till 2030.
It's a good deal.
Yeah. Robertson's at 7-7 right now.
He will want 11, 12, something like that.
That's what we were talking about.
And then you have Rantanen there, right?
Rantanen's at 12 already. And then the other thing with them, they got Harley kicking in next year at 10-5. So I don't.
And Heiskanen?
Heiskanen's 8-4 through 29.
What a bargain.
Yeah. What a bargain.
Oh my God. That's a team deal.
Jumping over to the NFL, this is the last chance we'll get to speak with Kevin and Laddie. Kevin going on holiday, Laddie heading to work overseas. It's next Sunday's Super Bowl in Santa Clara. Seahawks up against the New England Patriots, rematch of the infamous goal line interception by Malcolm Butler. Just a prediction. Seahawks win. They cover 4.5 points, and a little chalky here, but the Super Bowl MVP is the quarterback. Full redemption arc complete for Sam Darnold.
It would be a great story.
Yeah, it would be great.
Especially when you talk about against the Patriots, that the infamous thing of his rookie season, when asked about the Patriots picking him off and the defense making his life hell, he says, like, feels like I'm seeing ghosts out there.
Mm-hmm.
And it was blow up on socials. The people are saying this guy stinks. He's no good. Now a chance to maybe defeat them for the ultimate prize. It would be a very good story. And like I said, kind of full circle.
I'm going to be in. Yeah.
They got to cover the points too.
They're going to cover the 4.5. I'm going to go in and I'll say Sam Darnold's. I'll go all three. Win, cover, Darnold, MVP. If I get all three correct, Duke, is that worth 6 ticks in our?
It's not worth 6. I'd give you 5.
Well, it doesn't matter because then you still come out on top.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll give you 5.
Did you win already?
Yeah, I'm up by 6.
What about your father-in-law?
I'm probably going to be down $50.
So you lost everything.
Well, except though I won our fantasy, which was a nice little check. That's right.
Like, how big is the check?
Enough.
Hundreds or thousands?
Thousands.
That's why Mexico, hey?
Yeah, he didn't book this until the final week of fantasy football was.
That's
leading.
nice that he treats Laura to it too.
No.
Takes her along.
Yeah. No. So are you using the money just for yourself?
No. I said, you know what I told her? I said, listen, because Levers from first round, he's the commissioner. He paid me, but he paid me in cash.
Yeah.
Which I was surprised because normally everything's wire transfer now.
Yeah.
But he gave me an envelope full of hundreds.
Strippers.
No. Yeah.
First thing that in my mind.
Why would you say that? Holy cow. Anyway, so now we just have a little, cash to take for, just for expenditures.
Spending money.
Yeah. Walking around money,
Right.
Maybe you're like a stripper. Oh, they're carrying like bunch of money.
Yeah,
or,
but those
or
are
like
one,
a
those are
drug
usually,
dealer.
Those are ones, laddie.
Kevin can bring back some coffee mugs for the in-house
See,
staff.
I already thought, like, Duke comes back from Mexico, he brings these coffee mugs.
They're really nice mugs.
So now I got
For who?
Well, for me, and
I got one for Kevin, one for Josh, and one for Donovan.
Yeah, 3 mugs. Yeah, at the
So
airport.
Donovan made it over me.
Because Donovan was filling in for me for the week when I was gone.
Yeah.
What? That's a step down. Not a step up.
He did a fine job.
Yeah, he did.
It was a reward for a job well done.
Okay. I know where he's going with this because he's gonna need him in future. That's why he's sucking up to him.
What do you mean? He's in here starting tomorrow. Of course I need him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna be on this one too. I was thinking if they can cover the points, but yeah, I'll.
I'm surprised the line hasn't moved yet.
I am.
It's been 4.5 all week, and I keep thinking it's going to push to like 5.5 or 6.
5.5 for sure. I think 6 is too hot, and I don't think they want to have a push at all. Right? Possibility.
Probably. I mean, we got another whole.
Who's the halftime show? Even.
Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny.
Never heard of him.
Puerto like he's a Puerto Rican like Latin pop star. He's very popular
in Puerto Rico
for like. Well, Kevin, how much pop music do you listen to?
All the time.
You don't.
So you like him or what?
I couldn't name you a single one of his songs.
Me neither. I don't even know who he is.
He sings in Espanol a lot of the time.
Oh, okay, great. Who is the anthem singer?
That I don't know. Do we know? Have they announced that yet?
That's huge.
It is huge. You got to start finding other recordings of them doing the anthem at other events.
So it's God Bless America is somebody, right?
Yeah.
Then
and
anthem,
the anthem.
somebody.
Yeah. And you got to get the timing on the anthem so you can get your bets down on over or under.
Yeah, I know.
Length. Yeah.
Oh, I lost some money. I won some money on that one.
Charlie Puth.
Charlie Puth. That's a much more recognizable name.
Yeah.
He's super talented, like production wise and
Grammy
musically.
nominated.
He's pretty good.
I don't know.
I know who he is.
Well.
Oh yeah, and Green Day's playing before.
That's
like
all.
You gotta be dialed in with this mustard shirt, or like you gotta switch to like a red Heinz ketchup, or
no. You love the shirt, don't you?
Kevin will be getting himself a Sam Darnold Seahawks jersey because he's such a bandwagon football fan.
Oh, he's one of those the commercial for
the Bethel just changing jersey, at every goal that gets scored.
Is that him?
No, it's not. But some of the texters accuse him of that because when he went to LA however many years ago, he bought a little LA Rams hoodie. He wears it in here sometimes, and he says he grew up kind of rooting for the Lions because that Detroit TV is what would come in Saskatchewan and on and on. Kevin's he doesn't really have a favorite team. Or then he said he also likes the Chargers.
No. Okay, this is how it went. Again, when I grew up in Saskatchewan, the only cable we got was Detroit.
Okay.
So I liked the Lions but they were bad. But I like Chris Spielman and some other guys on the team. Then, once I got into the business, I liked kind of San Diego Chargers.
Okay.
But then when they moved to LA, I didn't really like that.
Okay.
And then we went to a game, the big thing here. So I got the Rams logo. Went to a game 8-9 years ago in LA, bought this Rams nice shirt. So everyone figured I was a Rams fan.
That's not true.
No. When I told them, I said it's St. FX Rams in school, high school. Oh, is it really? And then they'd go, they didn't get it. So whatever.
Okay.
Lastly, wrap it up. This is actually, I'm going to turn the mic over. Mackenzie, the intern, her debut for In or Out. She's got the final topic.
Don't screw it up, but no pressure.
Okay. I wanted to continue the Super Bowl talk. So the best party food for the Super Bowl is chicken wings and nachos.
All right, laddie, you're always up in the food department.
I love both. I love both, but I'm such a pizza guy as well. So I would do me personally, but I respect the nachos, but for me it would be chicken wings and pizza. And I crush a lot of it. Like a lot.
Full pizza?
Oh, sometimes pizza and half and chicken wings.
And dozen wings, 2 dozen wings?
Well, if I eat just chicken wings, I'm capable of eating like 40.
That's crazy.
Yeah, between 30, 40. So yeah, so if I do pizza and half, I've been like pretty weak lately. Even my wife commented that it's been pretty weak. But so like pizza and a half plus 12 to 18 wings.
Not
So
bad.
you couldn't tell, obviously.
Yeah, you work it all off.
Yeah, so like for a couple of days, I run with the 6-pack, not 8-pack. Yeah,
Tough.
But yeah,
sacrifice.
no, but yeah. All seriousness, I would go chicken wings and pizza, but nachos is like very, very close third. Very close. That's a good one.
How many chicken wings do you think are consumed on Super Bowl Sunday?
Do you have the number here?
Yeah, he has
like
the number.
across the world,
That's
United
the
States.
thing. I don't know where. It's probably just the States.
I'm like, it's got to be how many people watch the Super Bowl? Hundreds of thousands, at least a couple, like millions.
Hundreds
It's
of
in the millions.
thousands. Yeah, millions, dude. Yeah.
It's millions of chicken wings. Tens
says-
of millions.
It says 1.25 billion.
Damn, that's a lot of chicken.
Billion with a B.
That's a
And
lot.
I'm when is it? On the 8th? I'm in Czech.
You're not back in time?
No.
Will you be on a plane or are you going to be?
No, I'm still gonna be at the tournament.
Aw.
So you just have to stay up late to watch it.
Well, my like getting used to the time change, I'm gonna be all screwed up. So
Right.
I might, and then I'm gonna be texting Kevin.
Yeah.
Are you back from Mexico by then?
I don't know yet. I don't know. We'll see when we get back. I was thinking because Duke's got a big party the Super Bowl Sunday. I was thinking on taking Monday off too. So he has to come in on Monday.
Well, I come in on Monday anyway.
Yeah, but it's
How hungover are you gonna
he's
be?
gonna
Not.
Oh,
Keep everything in line.
Really? I said, Duke, what time are you going to go to your buddy Chucky Slicks? Is it Saboli or Slicks?
Slick's house, yeah.
I said, 3:00 or so, games at 4:30. Oh, no. Like noon. We'll be starting things up at noon.
Because he's got a golf sim in the
Oh,
garage.
yeah.
So he'll go over, play a round or two of golf. Then,
I wouldn't even go for golf. I would just get smashed.
well, that's a great thing about golf, especially golf where you don't have to get on and off a cart, stand up on and off the couch. You can put away quite a few.
Yeah.
So you gotta be
Now-
you gotta be pretty smashed by the kickoff.
Yeah, and so then maybe during the game I'll just coast and sober up again, so I can still get to sleep nice and
How?
easy.
Like you gotta be challenging each other with shots now, like on like first downs and stuff.
Sometimes we've done that. That's been a funner game in the past where because my buddy Slick is a big Chiefs fan. And so they've played in so many Super Bowls in the last number of years that we really get into it, just goading him and giving him a hard time watching the game. He gets so worked up about it. And then, he's not a calm watcher of his favorite teams. He'll get to the point where, because we don't have like hard cable, or he doesn't have hard cable. So we're streaming the game, which is whatever, like 10-second delay.
Yeah.
He will be on his phone.
Well, prior to that,
trying to get the updates before we actually see it happen. So sometimes he'll
that's annoying, dude.
It's so annoying. And we tell him, we're like, if you're gonna do that, go upstairs, leave the room. Like, don't be around us when you're doing that. It's his favorite team. I cut him a little slack, but it is annoying.
I would take his phone away. You gotta get it at the end of the school year, buddy. Come
well,
on.
Good job, Mac. Very
Why-
good.
Why you laughing?
Well, there was a couple texts, and
we didn't
So,
even get.
and this is obviously at my expense, this comment.
No, it wasn't actually. It was from Tiger, and if you read it, the third last one, it's kind of funny, to be honest with you.
Just say it.
Oh, sure. I'm on my way out the door here in 10 minutes because we were talking about meeting famous people or whatever. Tiger says, there's a famous model from town named Monica Schnarr. I slept with her younger sister 30 years ago. Sorry, Tiger, but that's the way she goes. But Mac, great job. To me, I'm wings and nachos. Sometimes the nachos, if they're prepared properly,
but they're only
you gotta
good.
layer them.
But-
I hate when everything is just on top. You have to layer.
You
it.
got to layer, but also my only qualm with nachos is they're only good for like the first 15 minutes. They get soggy and stuff. Whereas you got like a nice dip in the crock pot or something, that's good the whole day, the whole game, etc. So I would probably lean a buffalo chicken dip in place of nachos as my second choice.
Good job.
Wings, of course, like that's a no-brainer.
Great job. We got to go to break here.
Yeah.
And also, someone has been reprimanded from the Critters hockey team. And I have a good idea who it is. Are you
gonna share it with us, or
maybe after the break?
Okay.
On the Kevin Carey
Can't
Show
wait.
with Laddie Schmid, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick, and Mac the intern on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, and Instagram. Here it is.
Hockey season. Before every game, check out the pregame show with Andrew Walker on Sports 1440. It's brought to you by Titan Supply, your only source for rigging, lifting, and hauling products. Visit titansupply.ca.
Diablo Boots sells only Canadian-made work and biker boots made by Canada West. No American or boots made in China, so no tariffs. All of Diablo's boots have replaceable soles and heels for longer life. Sizes 6 to 14 triple E. Buy quality, buy Canadian. And support Canada West and Diablo, the two best names in the boot business. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Buy Canadian. They're terrific.
Legacy Heating and Cooling offers no payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. So when you wake up to no heat, call Legacy. Call Legacy. If you need it immediately with no overtime rates. If you need it immediately and want to combo it with AC. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. No payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. It could only be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
I'm Rick Showers from No Bull RV, and even though it's a few months past Thanksgiving, I want to give thanks right now. This is the time of year when so many people go to the new RV show and buy their new RVs.
All the new RV stores are bragging about the latest makes and models.
That's right, Bob. Those beautiful state-of-the-art RVs are brand new right up until the time they leave the showroom. Then they're used. Just like every quality used RV on our lot. Somebody pays full price at the RV show or at the new RV store, and in a matter of seconds, it's worth tens of thousands of dollars less just because they picked it up.
Where does all that money go, Rick?
It stays in our customers' pockets, Bob, because we sell those same RVs just a few years later. If it wasn't for new RV buyers, we'd be out of business. That's why we give thanks every year. You make it all possible.
And that's No Bull.
NoBullRV.ca.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 10:53 in Edmonton, the home stretch. MTR's giving you the gears now, Duke. I don't recall you saying hundreds of thousands watch the Super Bowl. Did you say that? I thought, were we talking about hundreds
well, when
of
we were
thousands?
I said hundreds of thousands people watch to then extrapolate.
Even hundreds of millions.
But
around the world.
So my defense of that would be 1 million people is just 100,000. So it is technically still hundreds of thousands, no matter how large the number gets.
I'm looking.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Really looking.
Yeah,
forward.
okay.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Nice backpedaling.
Thank
but
you.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Smart. When do you head out to check here?
4:55 p.m. today. The plane is taking off.
So you got time to come down for the alumni skate today?
No.
No?
This is the last thing I want to be doing. I still have to finish packing.
Are you going to come to Monday hockey or Thursday hockey in the future? Because you have.
I will. Yeah, I will come.
The guys
I will
like
come
playing.
back. Honestly, my body is in shambles. Like I haven't experienced lower back pain like this in years.
It doesn't have anything to do with your neck, does it? Shooting?
No, it's just hockey related. It's like skating too much, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
trying too hard. But yeah, it's
your body's not used to it.
No. And like I was trying to get ready for the Shorzy. Now I don't really have anything.
Wow, but still, you come out on Monday, Thursday.
Yeah, I will. I will. It's fun.
It was a good
fun.
skate.
Yeah. The Monday one is really fun. I like it.
Well, okay, laddie, safe travels to check. We'll see you in a couple of weeks, big guy.
Thank you so much. Everybody have a great time. Enjoy your vacation. Another of your vacation. That's one of the. So that's January. So that's first. How many more he's gonna have for us?
That's it. I won't be taking. I'll be taking.
For the rest of the year, you're not gonna have a vacation. Oh my God! I'm gonna fall off the chair again. Come on,
well,
Duke.
he's gonna take a day off in late March.
No, I don't have to. The draft got moved to Saturday now.
Wow,
so I don't
that's
have to
huge.
I probably won't take. I'll take a few days off in June, probably something like that. We'll see.
And go where?
I don't know.
And then a few in August, leading into August long weekend.
No, we'll see.
And then
I'm
before the season, right, like in September.
No, in September he'll be locked because football has started. So Kevin will be locked in. He'll be locked in.
He'll be pleasantly surprised. Pleasantly surprised.
All right. Well, thanks for having me
All right,
again.
laddie. Have a good trip. Safe travels,
you.
big
Thank
guy.
you.
That's our co-host on Thursdays, Ladislav Schmid. Coming up at the top of the hour, it is Fantasy Frenzy with
former Ross Shep T-Bird.
Connor Halley and the Duke of Delburne at 12 o'clock. It's the Lowdown with Alan Mitchell. 2 till 6, Jason Greger drives us home. 6 to 7, we got the pregame show with Andrew Walker, Donnie P, and Landon Ferraro. Puck drop, Oilers Sharks, shortly after 7. Post-game show to follow. We got Fox Sports all night. And the Duke will be back with you tomorrow morning at 7 bells with Eddie Steele to wrap up the week and condense the Oilers-Sharks game for tonight. We'll see you in a little bit of time, a little over a week. Duke's got the controls with Donnie P, Josh Fenwick. Hope everyone has a great Friday and a great weekend. Until then, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Riverside Honda, 59 years in counting as St. Albert and surrounding areas premier Honda and Can-Am dealer. Hey, it's your dream. Ride it at riversidehonda.com. Thanks, everybody, for listening. Thanks for all the great texts. Thanks for all the interaction. Really appreciate it. Have a wonderful rest of your Thursday, and a great Friday and a great week as well. We'll see you back in a little bit. Until then, here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Game day for the Edmonton Oilers tonight at Rogers Place. They're hosting the San Jose Sharks. Puck drop coming just after 7 o'clock. Pre-game coverage starting right here in Sports 1440 at 6. Connor Ingram expected to start in goal, and Matthias Ekholm going to be a game-time decision for the Oilers. Lineup, 14 other games around the rest of the NHL, including the Bruins hosting the Flyers. Montreal taking on the Avalanche. Jets are down in Tampa Bay. Islanders and Rangers square up in the second half of a back-to-back. Blackhawks take on the Penguins. Caps, Red Wings. Flames down in Minnesota. Ducks on the left coast playing the Canucks, and the Nightcaps, Seattle Kraken hosting the Toronto Maple Leafs. In the association tonight, 8 games total, including the Sixers playing Sacramento, Miami in Chicago, Denver hosting Brooklyn, and OKC is in Minnesota. Scotty's Tournament of Hearts continuing draw 16 from earlier this morning. Selena Sturmey scoring 7 in the 10th to defeat New Brunswick 12-6. Manitoba's Beth Peterson beat Nunavut 10-4. Kayla Skrillex, Alberta ranked top Newfoundland 10-4. And Northern Ontario beating PEI 6-4. Draw 17 here coming up at noon. On the line, final playoff spot in group number A with Nova Scotia. Taylor Stevens going up against Ontario. Haley Armstrong. Elsewhere, Carrie Anderson's Canada ranked against BC. Saskatchewan playing Manitoba, and Caitlin Laws going for an undefeated round robin. And Quebec playing the Northwest Territories. Coming up on Sports 1440, it is Fantasy Frenzy with Hallie and Douglas. I'm Brendan Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.